tonight. I'd like to call the January 28th, 2025 meeting to order of the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners. Welcome, everybody. And if we could all rise, and Commissioner Flowers will give us the invocation, and then Commissioner Nowicki will lead us in the pledge.
Thank you. As we come before you today, we ask for all of your love and your support as we make decisions about this county and the residents that reside within it. We ask for a special blessing for those who still remain without permanent housing. We ask for continued patience, and we ask for guidance for those of us that are trying to lend assistance. We ask a special blessing for those who may have fallen ill. We ask that they be received with a blessing of good health. We ask that this meeting be held accountable and relatable. We ask that all of the decisions that we make will be for the betterment, not only for those that are present here in this room, but for those beyond this room, but under the sound of our voices. We ask that you cover each and every household that is present here on today. Being in leadership is not an easy task, but it is one that we have chosen to undertake, and we do so with the utmost humility. We ask that for those who will be coming before us today, that we be able to provide them with a semblance of answers and some semblance of patience, courtesy, and kindness. But more importantly, we are just grateful that we are here in your presence, being able to provide services for those that we know and for those whom we've never had an opportunity to meet, but they depend on us to make good, sound decisions. In all of your blessings, and in Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. And we'll go into storm update next, and then we'll go to citizens to be heard.
Okay, well, Kathy's on her way up to the microphone. Commissioners, we continue to remain in a local state of emergency and a level 3 monitoring. Our staff continues to work diligently to address the many needs in our community. We're continuing to make progress on finishing the initial substantial damage assessment, and now we've shifted our focus on to reassessment request. Many homeowners have already had their initial assessment changed over to not substantially damaged as a result of that process. We're helping displaced people continue to get housing through FEMA by sharing information on how to file appeals. Staff is reviewing hundreds of applications to the county's income-eligible home repair program, and we expect the state's Elevate Florida program will open its application portal in the coming weeks. Again, the best way for residents to stay in the loop on recovery opportunities is to text the word RECOVER to 888-777. That's 888-777. Finally, we have met with the staffs of Bay County and the staffs of Lee County as we begin planning on how the county can invest the $813 million of federal dollars we received from HUD. This is focused around low to moderate income residents. 70% of the funding has to go towards that, and there are a whole host of requirements that is tied up with these federal funds. So there's going to be a lot more opportunity to engage all of our communities, to have them have their ideas brought forward, for our residents to have their ideas, but that's got to be overlaid with the federal process and guidelines. Today, a consulting contract on the agenda will be the first step in initiating how we can begin to kick off that program. That's more complicated now that at the federal level they've paused all grant programs, which would include this. So there's going to be more money or more to come on what their intention is at the federal level regarding that. So I'll be happy to answer questions, but at this time I'll turn it over to Kathy for a more detailed update.
Good afternoon, Kathy.
Good afternoon,
see you.
Commissioners. Good to see you too. Thank you. So we still have 2,237 households that are in the FEMA Temporary Shelter Assistance Program. That's the hotels. And I cannot stress enough, so FEMA will give people 7 days' notice if they're going to be transitioned out of that program. And there's reasons why they get transitioned out, if they haven't been able to get a hold of them, or if they see that their home didn't have damages, or if they have another place to stay. So if anybody receives a letter and they believe that that information is not correct, or they haven't heard from FEMA, I cannot stress enough, please go to the Disaster Recovery Center at the Enoch Davis Center. That's currently going to be open through the 31st. We're working to try to get an extension on that, but right now, I'm going to tell you, you need to go in person by the 31st or call the 1-800 line, and I'll give that number in a minute. I want to make sure that everybody knows, there is the appeals process. I want to make sure people are keeping FEMA informed as to their status and their needs. The state and FEMA currently have teams that are down here meeting with all of the people that are staying in TSA to work through what their direct housing plan is. We are also working with them at the county level to ensure that if there's any issues with any of our government entities, with permits or anything, if that might be holding people up, we will help advocate and reach out to the proper entities to try to help with that. And we'll also be working with our voluntary organizations active in disaster to continue to find local services for people here. FEMA has been able to place 20 households in the direct lease program, so that's working with apartment complexes, and we have 981 households that are pending placement. There are 338 travel trailer site inspections that need to be completed by FEMA in order to assess whether or not we can actually put travel trailers there. And FEMA is currently working with the county to find a place to stage the units. So as they identify appropriate sites to put them, they'll be closer for them to be able to put them in place. The unincorporated, so we actually have a permit online for people that for a private RV or a trailer if their home was damaged by either of the storms, and we have that information on our website at disaster.pinellas.gov. So again, that allows homeowners that are able to get an RV on their own to be able to do that placement as long as they're eligible. 600 households have applied for the Pinellas County Income Eligible Hurricane Home Repair Program for up to $30,000 in grant funding for repairs not covered by insurance or FEMA. And there's 250 that are pending additional information. So some of these applicants may still need to provide a final letter from FEMA on home repair assistance. The state continues also to support households. They have 289 households in hotels through the state non-congregate shelter program, and that will run through April 11th. 52 folks have applied for travel trailers through the state program. 10 are pending placement, and 8 have already been placed. And we continue to have weekly meetings with both of those entities to see what their status is, see what we can do to assist and promote this continuing to move forward. The state provided an update on their Elevate Florida program. We're told the application portal will likely open in the next few weeks, and we have those updated links for the Elevate Florida program on our disaster.pinellas.gov site. So please stay tuned. As we get information, we'll update our website, and we'll also send information out. Please sign up for the Recover hotline that Barry talked about earlier. You can text the word recover to 888-777. It's a great way to get information right to your phone. The Small Business Administration announced a 60-day grace period, so that is also still open for people to apply for those low-interest disaster loans, and they'll accept applications through March 8th. So again, this is a great program for maybe people that don't have a lot of extra cash to be able to help fill in those gaps as we move forward with additional programs. As Barry mentioned, we're working with some of our neighboring counties to develop the programs for the HUD funding. We'll have the preliminary website with the basic required information about this funding posted online by January 31st. So Communications is working on that, and they'll continue to build out that website as we build out the action plan. This funding will require a lot of program development and public outreach in a relatively short amount of time. But it is really important. This will bring a big impact to help bringing our community back and housing for our low to moderate incomes and our essential workforce. We are also receiving $512,000 from the Emergency Solutions Grant Rapid Unsheltered Survivor Housing Program that Housing and Community Development will also be helping to facilitate. This funding also comes from HUD, and it will help folks that are at risk of becoming homeless or already homeless following the storms. And this will come, I think, before the board. I think it is set for February 11th to come before the board for review. And this will focus on helping the homeless shelters make repairs and rapid rehousing, especially for those that are newly homeless. In terms of our FEMA individual assistance, we have currently 274,751 households that are registered through FEMA individual assistance. Even though the application period has closed, if folks still have a need, they can still apply through disasterassistance.gov. As I said earlier, and they could also go to our Disaster Recovery Center in St. Petersburg. That will stay open through January 31st. You can also call 1-800-621-3362 to get a hold of FEMA to talk about your case or to apply if you need assistance. Our communications team continues to support messaging and outreach, especially on substantial damage, housing assistance, and upcoming outreach for federal grant programs. I'm posting new videos this week about navigating the substantial damage reassessment process for guidance for condos and townhomes. We've had over 1,500 people sign up for the recovery text updates. We're collaborating to inform preparations for communications leading into our next storm season. Sorry to tell you, there'll be another hurricane season this year unless you can find a way to cancel it. I did want to mention the Red Cross does have a new bridge financial assistance program. Sorry, this wasn't in your notes. This is hot off the press. I find out information every day. They will be reaching out to families that already got assistance from them through these two disasters. And the folks that have already in their system will be able to apply virtually. If there are residents out there that have not received the assistance before, and they may need it, they will have to apply in person. And this is for folks that had major damages or their homes were destroyed. And we will post information about that program and a link to that program on our disaster.pinellas.gov website. And the dates that the Red Cross will be holding the application period is February 7th, 8th, and 10th at their St. Pete location at 818 4th Street North, and that'll run from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. on those dates. And I think that is it for my updates. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions? Commissioner Latvala?
I have a question on Barry's part. The $813 million that's coming from the feds, you mentioned that 70% of it has to go to low and moderate income residents. What is the income threshold for that? Do we know?
Bruce, you have an idea on that? We're going to come back to you when we have the consultant on board and begin to frame out the program, because although the money is targeted, there's a immediate needs category. If you can show that you've met your immediate needs or you've met the needs of those incomes, you can request a waiver and do other things.
Okay.
So there's a process to work through that. Because again, and that's going to be part of the information collection we're going to have to go through. I don't know how many people out on the Barrier Island, for instance, are fit into that category.
Well,
right?
and that's why I asked, because
Yeah.
a lot of the folks along the beaches
Correct.
would not,
That's exactly
fit.
That's exactly right. And so we're digging into this. We don't know more than we know at this point, and that's part of the reason for the meetings with both Bay County. Bay County was a lot different. They got the money they received went to the state, and so then the state controlled the projects that occurred in Bay County. Lee County was a direct recipient, like we are. And again, that was from Ian, and they're just now getting their program up and running 2 years later. So we want to learn from that
And I
and be able to
assume
get
this
the
is-
projects quicker.
I assume this is more of a consultant question, and the answer would probably be no. But is there a way for us to ask for a waiver from the
Yes.
feds?
There's ways to go about that, and data and information that has to be collected as part of the program. And those are the types of things we're asking, but Bruce can answer your first question.
Yeah, just in terms of low and moderate income, by HUD's definition, that goes up to 80% of area median income. So just for an example, a family of four, that maximum income would be $76,400. Single person, maximum 80% AMI income would be $53,500. So there are different definitions for different programs. HUD's one of the lower level income thresholds. So basically what that would mean was right now the grant would have to serve households with an income at or below 80% of AMI. There's different ways to do that. You can either serve that specific household, or if it's a community where 51% or more of the households in that neighborhood meet the low moderate income criteria, then if you do improvement projects in that neighborhood, infrastructure, facilities, things like that, that's another way to serve low moderate income households.
And then, even the way you design programs, for instance, you can do housing, but who's going to fill the housing? You got to have a way of tracking, okay? Or if you do things that help businesses and they're hiring low income, then you got to have a way of tracking the employment. And so there's an art to going into creating the program that, and that's the reason we're bringing a consultant
And
on
this may be way too in the weeds and too early to ask, but something like this with the income levels, could we tailor something to renters that, maybe in apartment complexes that were flooded or in other rentals that were flooded?
I think you can. I think there's a lot of flexibility within it. You then have to lay out the requirements for tracking and monitoring and the administrative requirements for the programs that you create and the reporting back. And try to not make it a nightmare, that, you got to be tracking who's in the apartments and those turn over every week and, for what period of
They would have had to
time.
been in the apartments
Yeah.
when the hurricanes happened, and they're probably long gone now.
So we think those, we're gonna, when we get the consultant on board and we're gonna go through this period, we have to prepare a plan within, 120 days?
90
Action
days,
plan?
90 days.
90 days, oh, great. So, but we're gonna have them before you to answer those types of questions. And I think it's gonna be a brainstorming with the commissioners and with the communities about the types of programs we create. We're gonna be able to create a general framework, and then we're gonna have to come back after that initial, large, very high-scale plan with more specific programs with details to follow. We're not gonna create a detailed plan in 90 days. It's never gonna happen. But we're gonna have an outreach process with both commissioners and communities. We're gonna have to work together on this. And that's the reason we're bringing on the assistants to help us be able to staff up and deliver on the promise.
Any other questions? I've got a follow-up question to Commissioner Latval's comment. So this probably isn't really going to help people along the Barrier Islands, most likely.
I wouldn't say that. I think that's the process we've got to work through. We put out what the HUD requirements are because it's very clear. It says it's 70% has to be targeted. Well, still 30% of 800 million is a lot of money.
Right, yeah.
But I think there's other programs, there's other waivers. There's a process where you have to meet the needs of your low to moderate income households. Well, depends on the number of low to moderate income households that are impacted. Certainly in Clearwater, down where you had a bowl that an apartment complex has to reside, they were impacted, right? And so I think that we're gonna have to work through with the consultant of what that means. And if we're meeting those needs, then you can request to
Waivers
use
for
the
the other
funds in
money.
other ways.
Okay.
But I think I think documentation's gonna be key. Like with anything at the federal level. And so we'll have to prove that out and request those things.
Yep. Okay. Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the ways that can be proven out is when HUD's looking at the median income, they take into account census tracts. So the Barrier Islands is a whole separate census tract. So if you're looking at even 120 AMI on that census tract, that should be a way to qualify them, hopefully. So I'm just giving y'all ways to look into this, to qualify them, to be able to do that. So I'm just sharing, that's one of them. But the question I have, thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have is, so when we are looking at assisting people in this, and I have nothing against landlords, but we know that some of them have not been very kind to the people that have been dislocated as a result of the property being damaged, and then them trying to find their way back into that complex. So the funds that we're talking about within this grant is for the individual, or is it something that that entity, because it would be an apartment complex, that that entity could then apply for? Because you're applying on behalf of the persons who resided in that apartment complex during the time of either Helene or Milton.
I think that's an open question. It depends on the programs we create and what type, and what type of programs, because they could be different ones. They could be construction type programs, they could be individual assistance. There could be a wide variety, and I think those are the things that we are looking to see what are the opportunities.
I would like for us to just really kind of focus in on that, because some of the residents were not treated very well.
Yeah, Commissioner,
When that happened, and they were left to fend for themselves.
Yeah.
While those entities were able to receive funding to make themselves.
I've said this before, and staff keeps correcting me because they've read the federal requirements and the plan and all these different pieces, but I'd like to get money into people's hands tomorrow, because people are having, 2 mortgages. They're displaced, and now they had a rent of $1,000, and now they're in a place that's costing them $2,000. There's a lot of opportunities, but we've got to create the plan, and we've got to follow the HUD guidelines. But if we can do those things, I would like to establish those and get those where we can get money into people's hands absolutely as soon as possible. That's what I've directed our staff to focus on. And we're going to work with our consultant to see what we can deliver.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much.
Next up is Kevin.
Good afternoon, Kevin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Kevin McAndrew, Director, Building and Development Review Services. I am going to use the overhead, get that set up. And while I do that, I do want to share that the data I'm sharing with you is the most recent data, so some of it may supersede what was within Barry's report that you previously got. I want to start by providing a high-level summary with regard to the substantial damage assessment process. Then I'm going to transition to a much more detailed discussion on where we are with the reassessment process. And again, that is the step within the substantial damage assessment process that provides for a property owner to seek a reversal of the initial substantial damage determination. I'm going to transition to an update on where we are with condominiums and townhouses. I'll also address where our greatest focus is right now, too, and that is on mobile homes and manufactured homes. And then I will conclude with a brief update on permitting. So starting at what I'm going to call the macro level, the starting point was 5,000 plus residential structures that were initially identified to be subject to the substantial damage assessment process. And through initial review, through evaluation, the elimination of post-firm structures, that was reduced from 5,000 plus down to 3,900 plus or minus residential structures. Those 3,900 residential structures have been processed through the FEMA estimator tool, and this is strictly, again, within unincorporated Pinellas County. What has revealed itself of recent is that trying to provide you the most meaningful data, talking to those 3,900 is not as effective as if when we break down that 3,900 into 3 structure types. So when we break that down into single-family, condominiums, and mobile homes and manufactured homes, I think this is going to bring much greater clarity to where exactly we are in this process. So with regard to single-family dwellings, just under 3,000 have been processed, 2,984 through the FEMA estimator tool. 430 have the initial substantial damage determination. That's a little bit over 14%. If you recall on prior updates, the number was somewhere 22, 23%. So this is an important clarification that for the single-family homes, it's just over 14%. When we talk about condominiums, you may recall at my last update, we were able to make a policy determination after the analysis was performed that multi-story condominiums could be cleared for substantial improvement permitting. That is the case. And the single-story condominium and townhouses that we have processed in Pinellas County, it's 35 buildings and 375 units in total. None of those have been deemed substantially damaged. So to date, there are no condominium or townhouses in unincorporated Pinellas that have a substantial damage determination. When I transition now to an update on mobile homes and manufactured homes, and I don't want to keep on repeating, I'm going to just use manufactured homes just for clarification. Pre-1976 is what is typically referred to as mobile homes. Post-1976 is manufactured homes, and that's when HUD put in standards associated with the construction of these units. As of this week, we will have processed 823 manufactured homes through the FEMA estimator tool. Approximately 95% of those will have a substantial initial substantial damage determination, roughly 782. This is really not a surprise. The Army Corps of Engineers did a study, and it's been widely really recognized that when a manufactured home takes on water above the floor elevation, the belly board is the underboard sheeting, at that point, they are almost always substantially damaged. So there's a real challenge that we're facing moving forward with manufactured homes. And I'm going to come back to that in greater detail on some recent processes. We're just now launching in BDRS. What I want to do at this point is go back to the reassessment and kind of drill down exactly where we are and provide the most recent data. So again, this is the process. Property owners seeking a reversal. Total filed for unincorporated 244, 163 in review, withdrawn 54. Those are a combination of condominium units that had initially applied for a reassessment, as well as homeowners that were waiting for a letter that did in fact receive a not substantially damaged letter and no longer needed to pursue the reassessment process. There's been 27 reassessments that have been reversed from the initial substantial damage determination to not substantially damaged. To date, we have not had one reassessment where the initial substantial damage determination has remained in final form as a substantially damaged. So to date, all of them that have been through the review have been reversed. So we're going to see that 14% driving down as we can work through this backlog. I do want to, for clarification purposes, just provide an update that we actually have several in that batch of 163 that are not substantially damaged, seeking to be substantially damaged. And it's just important to clarify that because there are certain homeowners that want to elevate. By being substantially damaged, they're going to qualify for the increased cost of compliance, payment up to $30,000, and likely position themselves at a much higher ranking for future grant funding for elevation purposes. So did want to clarify that. The piece that I think is really important update that we spoke about last time was enhanced communication. The frustration of those property owners and homeowners that are in this process wanting to know where they stand, why was my application deemed incomplete. We've augmented a communication plan that is working well. We've had approximately 200 now direct callbacks from the subject matter experts. So whether it's a certified appraiser, a cost estimator, they're making direct phone calls back to the applicant, whether it be the homeowner or contractor that filed the reassessment. And we facilitated that through the email, sddeterminations@pinellas.gov. We take that, we push it to the state contractors, and from there, the calls are made. So this is making a difference. We still have a significant backlog. This is really our push right now, is driving that backlog down so we can get a conclusion to this important step. I can leave the data up there. I want to transition back to just a further update on condos and townhouses. And beyond the update of clearing those for permitting, we've hosted a number of virtual meetings with condominium associations. We're going to continue to do that as needed. We're also supporting this by speaking to a number of general contractors. What we're finding is that a number of the large condominium associations are turning over the scope of repairs to one contractor, and they're still needing support in navigating the condominium policy form. I just got off a call coming over here a couple minutes late with a contractor that says he's representing up to 700 condominium units in Pinellas County. So while we've issued, the flow of condominium permits immediately started a couple of weeks ago once we put this policy in place, but we're expecting the greatest volume of condominium permits to occur. It'll be hundreds over the next month. That's based on again, on-the-ground communication with a number of these significant general contractors. So when we transition to, again, what is a very challenging subject matter, and that's mobile homes, manufactured homes, we're finalizing a policy process within building that is customized to working with manufactured homes. Twofold. One is we don't want to further backlog the reassessment that is attending to single-family homes, which is the data that's up on the slide. Second reason is that manufactured homes and mobile homes distinguish themselves in that repairs to these structures are not regulated by the Florida Building Code. So the permit that is tied to the repairs of manufactured homes is construction in a floodplain. All development activity in a floodplain requires this permit. It's combined with our building permits, so it's not typically isolated as it will be now for repairs to manufactured homes. And we've now are finalizing, again, a hybrid approach where we're going to have in our office in-person support for manufactured home residents to come in, whether we do have a handful that are not substantially damaged. If they want to pursue the repairs, we'll be able to support them with a construction and a floodplain permit. For those that want to pursue a reassessment, we have the same subject matter experts, but specific to manufactured home. It's a different team. It'll be the cost estimator, the certified appraiser, and a certified floodplain manager, just supporting manufactured homes. We know we have a huge number that we have to navigate over the coming weeks in this area. I just hosted a call with our code enforcement division manager today with the Crystal Bay manufacturers community. We're going to host more in the coming days. One of the difficult realities of the communication that I had to present to them, and we're going to be putting it on our website, is that we can't be setting false expectations to these property owners on homeowners, I should say, on how successful the reassessment process will be. This is just reality. Many of the manufactured homes in Pinellas County are 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. If they choose to do a private appraisal, which they can do, and again, we're alerting them to, you may be spending money that may not provide the results you're looking for. These manufactured homes have a life expectancy of 30, 35 years. The depreciation value on these brings them down to such a low value, in many cases $10,000, $8,000. The idea that they're going to be able to make the repairs under 49% is a long shot. So that message has begun. This is a real challenge that we're going to be navigating here with these communities. We have put the process in place to deal with them strictly. We're going to be doing this through development review services, since it's outside of the building department. I want to just conclude with some of the permitting data, which again, we've seen a market uptick over the past couple weeks, which is a real good sign of compliance with the clearance of homes that have now been reversed on the substantial, on the reassessments, as well as the condominiums, where over 2,247 permits issued as of yesterday. The number in review, actually, I looked at it before coming over here, was 170. The in-person support hub has been a really beneficial resource in supporting our residents, both for permitting as well as the reassessment process. And we're going to continue to be as adaptive as we have to be to put policies in place to best serve our residents. And we're doing this all under the umbrella of compliance with the Florida Building Code, our floodplain ordinance, and FEMA regulations.
Questions? No? Wow. All right. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. Okay, now we're going to go on to citizens to be heard. Dave, you ready? All right. First of all, we have Greg Pound.
Greg Pound of Largo. I'd like to say Mac Ray Johnson, the black Superman that came here often.
Mr.
was,
Pound, if you could hold on just one quick
Yep.
second, please. Our timer is not functioning here, so. Okay, go ahead.
Go.
Yes.
Okay, Mac Ray Johnson, the black Superman that would come here often. He died Christmas Day he was a ex-Marine, but when he went to the Veterans Hospital, he always took their shots. He was vaccinated, well vaccinated. And he came down with what is called turbo cancer. And like in 30 days, I watched him go from perfect health to skin and bones. But he died Christmas morning. So Bill Gates has done a real good job in vaccinating everybody in America and around the world. And everyone in high positions that have been vaccinated, it shows that when them spike proteins mutate and they take over, then it becomes what is called turbo cancer. So be ready for your medicine. So this country has become a nation now that hates God, loves evil, and we've become lovers of evil more than lovers of God. You know, when I was up in Tallahassee, I tried to expose the stuff that was going on up in Tallahassee for the longest time, along with Brian Pitts. They paid Brian Pitts off, and that's why he's not up in Tallahassee anymore. And the situation is when they take my signs, when the sergeant of arms on the house side takes the signs that I was using to expose what was going on in Tallahassee, the sex stuff that was going on, and then the Capitol Police told him, you got to give this man his property back, and they wouldn't do it. So we've got a major problem with seduction, the men in America being seduced. And so the timer still hasn't started yet up here, at least it hasn't. Okay, so what it is, if we don't get back to sexual purity, I would say Miss Flowers yelled at me at the parade, at the Martin Luther King parade as she's going by in her car, that you need to live what you're preaching. If she's got anything, out of all the years that your sheriff's department sexual squad has tried to seduce me and tried to entrap me to defile my morals, then bring it here. Bring it. I have nothing to hide. But you guys got a lot to hide. This county and this state is notorious for child molestation, using children for sex and money, from the state capitol all the way to what we call Pinellas County, Florida. And this is a crime. And you're going to be held accountable. I'm going to make sure as time goes on, I got enough evidence, if I could get somebody in the Trump administration to look at the stuff that this county has done, and the people at the top, it's the people at the top, like your Bernie McCabe, like City Councilman John Bryant, and the rest of them. So that's what it is. I mean, if the Bible, God reveals himself through this Bible, the Holy Bible, and if we don't read it, if the men in America don't get back to it, the goal is to destroy the men, destroy the families. Look at the children without fathers. We have a nation of fatherless children, and they're in trouble. So I want to encourage you people to repent, start reading your Bible, and speak the truth and live by it.
Thank you, Mr. Pound. Okay, next we have Ron Walker, followed by Tatiana Serger, and I apologize if I didn't pronounce that correctly.
Ron Walker, Largo. This is my 10th appearance before you to tell you you're being stolen from with two hands. The thieves are really happy, but you're starting to get some bad names out on the street. The one I heard most recently, very close to here, referred to Attorney White and you guys as Sheol White and the Seven Dwarfs. Now, I would never use that language because I have too much respect for elected office. But you guys did get elected to protect the people. And the thieves that you are embracing now are clipping the people for $125,000 a month, every month. Your nonfeasance in this matter is approaching, and isn't there yet, but it is approaching incompetence. And the last thing an elected politician wants, the last moniker elected politician wants hanging on his resume is incompetence. That's Joe Biden. So if you guys want to be heroes, serve the people you are elected to serve and collect millions of dollars that they're stealing from you, I'm your guy. I'd love to help you. Other than that, have a good day and enjoy your positions.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Next, we have Tatiana, followed by Rhett Carlton. Hello, how are you? Microphone, right? There you go, yep.
Okay, I'm here because I received a letter that's of a concern to move a fence line by my property. I've lived there 20 years, and that's where the fence line was. So there was no concern up until, I guess there's a park trying to be built. So I'm here to ask if you can just leave it as is. Everybody neighboring around the properties, when they started, they all got that 10 extra feet.
What is your address, ma'am?
12689 Wilcox Road.
Barry, do we have somebody that can?
Well, yeah, Commissioners, obviously, it's a staff process, so we can hook her up with staff, and then
Okay.
she can make a request through that staff variance process or whatever the process they have in place. Yeah, I'll have staff meet you out in the hallway.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Rhett Carlton, followed by David Ballot Geddes Jr.
Hello, everybody. My name's Rhett, and I'm not really here to complain about anything in particular. I'm real happy to be a resident of Pinellas County. I was born and raised here. I took time off of work to study for the Florida bar exam, which I took in July. I took the bar exam on July 30th, and on September 23rd, I got my score back, which I passed. I was super happy about it. 3 days later, my home was destroyed by the hurricanes. I've got 2 kids, a dog. I'm in a motel. Life is super tough, but there's, light at the end of the tunnel. I'm working. I've got bucks. I've decided to raise my home. I don't know how to get this thing working. If anybody could kind of help me out, I can show. If you place it on there, oh, okay, brilliant. Bear with me here. So I live on McKay Point right here. There's my house. I live off of Indian Rocks Road. I don't live on the water, but I basically live across the street from the water, if you guys can see right there. My home was determined substantially damaged, and I'm kind of happy about it because, like Kevin said, we're likely to get this extra funding to help raise the home. But there's kind of some sort of issues here. Number one, if you look where I live, I'm surrounded by, I'm probably the poorest person in the whole neighborhood. That's why I'm not on the water. But all of these people around me have significantly more money than me, and we had waist-high deep water in all the homes. And so all of these people, if you go on the Pinellas County map, they say they're not substantially damaged. It's all a lie. These people are substantially damaged. They're hiring unlicensed contractors to do the work. They're living in their homes. And while I'm trying to do the right thing, applying for a permit, trying to get my home raised, and I'm being stonewalled every step of the way. And one thing that's sort of interesting about it is I've got a contractor who's lifting the home, who was like the #1 guy in Hurricane Katrina, lifting a ton of homes. This guy does the right thing. He's well-known, and I'm getting pushback from the building and development, and they're saying that I'm trying to make like living quarters downstairs of my home. And real quick, just kind of showing basically my design here. Okay, so this represents basically the new first floor of my home. Go ahead. Okay, so neither here nor there, I'm raising the home, and instead of enclosing the whole bottom, I'm enclosing 2 areas with a breezeway, and basically I'm getting pushback, and I would like some help and direction.
So again, we have staff out in the hallway, so that would be the questions directed to them. They are.
Okay.
Yeah, we staffed up in case people come in and had issues like this.
Yeah.
So they can meet with you.
Yeah, there's staff in the hallway that can help you with that, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Rhett, appreciate it. Okay, next, David Ballot Geddes Jr., and then we have 2 on Zoom.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr., Georgia
David.
Avenue, Palm Harbor. Imagine Pinellas County utility being set up and subjected to a lawsuit not in regards to the fluoride, but being sued over the elevated levels of mercury, chloridane, DDT, asbestos, various forms of carcinogenic lawn pesticides and fertilizers, PFOA, PFOS chemicals, to include the herbicide glyphosate found in the chemical Roundup, which is all contaminating the water supply. A lawsuit of such magnitude against the county utility would
foreclose the public utility, and as based on statute 15390, the reclaimed water facility, as underwritten, would, as windfall, be granted rights to the county utility, re-enterprising and privatizing our utility as a third-party facility, as reflected in Executive Order, as aided and abetted in Executive Order 12803 by George Bush Sr. Under such conditions, our public utility water supply and rate would be undertaken and privatized. Our essential water supply would be derogated into an opportunity to access the privilege of privileges to our water supply based on Pinellas County Resolution 95-286, Section 3F. This third-party facility privatization process would at that point claim eminent domain of both our personal and real property in Statute 15303, Section 5, literally dissolving the government in Statute 15303, Section 7 and 11, taking our liberty, property, and life as due process, again in the 14th Amendment, manifesting its water jurisdiction, again subjecting my religion as based on the reclaimed water variants built up on a water crisis that was constitutional in the making, manifesting such deliberate undertaking. This transfer of political function and power is also reflected in Home Rule Charter, Section 2.04Q, and we have an issue in regards to this government aiding and abetting that government that needs to be recognized as a lawsuit would in fact be an inside real estate transaction disguised as a lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, next we're going to let there be light or no light. All right. All right, next we're going to go to Zoom. We have Chris Steiner.
Mr. Steiner, if you can hear us, can you please unmute yourself or raise your hand in the Zoom application?
You read me?
Yes, can please say your name and address. You have 3 minutes, please.
This is Chris Steiner, and I'd like to not put my address here in Clearwater on the public record for the moment, but I am a resident of Clearwater. Are you able to see me on camera? Or you don't?
No, we only have you on Zoom.
Okay, all right, I'll start out. I'm Chris Steiner. I'm here to speak again opposing water fluoridation and demanding that you put both ending water fluoridation and removing the water fluoridation equipment on the agenda to consider the new science that you can find in the article, as I mentioned on my last visit with you, on the Fluoride Action Network website, fluoridealert.org. That's fluoridealert.org. The article dated September 26, 2024, entitled Federal Court Rules That Water Fluoridation Poses an, quote, unreasonable risk, end quote, to children, article by Stuart Cooper. In the study published in the medical journal, JAMA Pediatrics, on January 6, 2025, entitled Fluoride Exposure and Children's IQ Scores, a Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis by Kyla W. Taylor, PhD, and others. These items have since been amplified by the likes of RFK Jr. and Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo. So I appreciate their enthusiasm. And I'm an organizer for We Are Change Tampa at wearechangetampa.org and administrator of the Facebook group Tampa Bay Water Freedom at facebook.com/groups/Tampa Water, where folks can learn more and organize. At my site, which is theliberationstation.com, that's theliberationstation.com, you'll find a wealth of information on various topics, including water fluoridation, by clicking on the blogs page and selecting the water fluoridation blog, and also by clicking on the links page and selecting the section Safer Water, Anti-Water Fluoridation, Environmental, Natural, Fluoride-Free, and Mercury-Free Dentistry. And to add to my last talk to you at the commission, The Pinellas County Annual Consumer Confidence Report on Water Quality for fluoride lists the likely source of contamination. Note the column does not read likely source of nutrient because no form of fluoride is included in the FDA's RDA, recommended daily allowance. So the FDA does not consider fluoride a nutrient. The fluoride is not pharmaceutical grade like sodium fluoride or stannous fluoride, which are FDA regulated and available only by prescription. But the annual water quality analysis, the Consumer Confidence Report on Water Quality for Pinellas County, admits one of the sources of fluoride being added to our water is from, quote, discharge from fertilizer and aluminum factories, end quote, by which fertilizer factories means phosphate mining, which includes the most toxic class of fluoride, silicofluorides, AKA fluorosilicates, which have not been tested for safety or
Thank you.
efficacy.
Your time is up.
It includes hundreds of other toxins like heavy metals and radioactive
Thank you, Mr.
isotopes.
Steiner. Your time is up. Okay, and then last on Zoom, we have Hillary Simpson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can we please have a 5-minute recess? The software just needs to be restarted because of the power flicker.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I just want to ensure.
If we could be back here at, when this clock says 3. Yeah, Dave. everybody. We may have, at our 6 o'clock public hearing, we may have one more public comment. I was contacted by a resident that really wanted to speak today on an item not on the agenda, but works in Tampa, was not able to make it here in time for this afternoon. So I told her if she could be here by 6, that we allowed her comment then. So if she makes it, we'll do that then. So let's move on to the consent agenda. Does any
Mr.
commissioner like
Scott,
to pull
I'm sorry,
anything?
Mr. Chair, I have one more individual on Zoom.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's right, Hillary Simpson. We did not get to it. It's Hillary Simpson.
Ms.
Okay,
Simpson,
thank
can you please raise your virtual hand as the Zoom application? We can go ahead and unmute you.
I did. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and address. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. My name is Hillary Simpson. I live at 12983 Hibiscus Avenue, Seminole, Florida, 33776. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm here today just to share my thoughts regarding the short-term rental ordinance revisions. The purpose of the short-term rental codes are to protect the immediate vicinity from associated negative impacts relating to traffic, noise, safety, and maintenance. The proposed revisions remove the only assurances that protect against noise and safety, removing occupancy maximums and specific quiet hours. My understanding is that the argument made to remove these assurances comes from the Constitution. In 1926, Euclid versus Amber Realty upheld that if they're not arbitrary or unreasonable, zoning ordinances are constitutional under the police power of local governments as long as they have some relation to public health, safety, morals, or general welfare. This has been cited within the state of Florida on many occasions and continues to justify constitutional clarity within local governmental regulations. In fact, 8 of the 9 surrounding Beach County ordinances in the state of Florida specify occupancy maximums regardless of number of bedrooms, totaling 10 or 12 persons maximum. Only one states that children aged 3 and under are not included in those occupancy totals. All have more stringent noise requirements than the general residential noise recommendations, and many of them state quiet hours similar to ours between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. defined as noise not heard across property lines. A year and a half ago, the property adjacent to mine was sold to an LLC based out of Miami. Since then, there have been repeated trespassers. We've been woken over 40 times from sleep, myself and my children, and have had to leave our home for the safety of our children due to the activity occurring next door. The transient nature of these renters makes accountability nearly impossible. The home underwent unpermitted improvements to increase the bedrooms from 4 to 7, and there has been an open investigation for nearly 6 months with no action. These issues are not unique to me, and the sheer volume of code enforcement complaints is evidence that there is a significant negative impact to surrounding property owners. I am here to advocate for transparency as to how these revisions were proposed and understand how they will help to mitigate negative impacts related to noise and safety. I'd also like to confirm that these concerns, the concerns related to these revisions are to be heard during the 6 p.m. public hearing on February 25th and March 25th, and not during the meeting, such as my concerns are read here today.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson.
Hit.
All right, now we'll move on to the consent agenda. Would any commissioner like to pull anything from the consent? No? Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Eggers, a second from Commissioner Peters. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Item 13, has that been pulled, Barry?
Yeah, item 13, we requested it be pulled. We'll put it back on a future agenda once some additional clarifications occur.
Okay. All right, moving on to 14.
Item 14 is Affordable Housing Program funding recommendation for OLEA on 126 by Lincoln Avenue Communities. It's 144 multifamily apartments. The breakdown of the affordability is within your packet. And also down at the bottom, you can see the other funding partners as part of this program. We recommend approval.
Okay. Will of the board? Okay, motion from Commissioner Flowers. Second from Commissioner Peters. Any discussion? If the clerk could open up the voting, please. Yeah, we may have to. I'm a yes. Why don't we do a voice vote on this? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, all right, motion carries. Let's sign out and re-sign back in. Okay, everybody back in? Still no? Okay. Didn't like it, huh? Having some technical difficulties today. I'm back in, yeah.
Is everybody okay? We need to get Alex.
Yeah, everybody sign out and then sign back in.
Okay.
Not taking you?
We can have Alex go around and help reset any of them if you want and do a voice vote until then.
Yeah. Is Alex here?
Yes, he's coming.
Oh, you're back in? Okay,
She's getting him right now.
okay.
He should be over in the other room.
Got it. All right, well, let's move on to item 15 then.
Item 15 is a funding recommendation and agreements with nonprofit entities for the alcohol and drug abuse funding. There's 4 that are recommended for your consideration.
Motion by Commissioner Peters. Second by Commissioner Latvala. Do we have any questions, comments, discussion? No? Okay, let's just do a voice vote for right now. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Let's go to item 16.
This is a grant funding agreement with Bollied Centers for the Treatment of Individuals Experiencing Homeless Grant Program. Again, this is a grant program. The county partners with the Sheriff's Office through Safe Harbor, Boyd Centers, Personal Enrichment through Mental Health. It serves over 320 clients. Again, grant funds, $459,000 per year for 5 years. We recommend approval.
Okay. Okay, motion from Commissioner Peters. Second by Commissioner Flowers. Yeah. Any questions, comments? All right, let's try opening the voting this time, see if it works. Well, we have 4. Yeah, nothing. All right, you're a yes, you're a yes, Chris? Okay. Okay, here we are. All right, we're up. Okay.
Here's a guy that's going to help us get to 7 on that, so.
Okay. Item number 17
is eligible write-offs for accounting purposes. These are write-offs we do annually. These for uncollectible debts. Various departments have different amounts, the largest being emergency medical services, safety and emergency services for medical transports. These are uncollectibles.
Okay, will of the board? Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. Do we have any discussion? No. I have a question, Barry.
Sure.
At what point do we determine that these are uncollectible? And if we are lucky enough to collect them at a later point, does it require a budget amendment to?
Yeah, I'll let Jim come up. Well, actually, Chris can come up, but most of them are going to be with Jim. He can speak more specifically to that. If you know Jody, I guarantee they're uncollectible. Otherwise, she would have collected
do
them.
it, yeah.
She's a bulldog on that, and but I'll let them speak more specifically to your question.
Okay, thanks.
So Commissioner, it's after we exhaust everything that we can think of to do, usually about annually. Annually, we are required to go back through it. Just because we write it off does not mean we stop trying, and it does not mean that we won't still collect some of it. It will not require a budget amendment. We would just collect the rest.
What they wrote up on here is like, for instance, over in Safety and Emergency Services, 69% related to legal action such as bankruptcies, probate settlements, legal impediments to collecting under the statute. It's a 5-year statute of limitation.
Commissioner Sheriff?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Do we sell these to collection people, or have we ever used it outside?
Jim Fogarty, I'm the Bureau Director, Safety and Emergency Services.
our accounts receivable does utilize a collection process. These particular accounts I've deemed to be uncollectible. Typically, estates that are going through probate and there's no funds left in the estate, they're uncollectible for some regulatory reasons, jail health services, those things. But no, that we usually don't continue this because they've been deemed uncollectible.
Commissioner Nowicki?
Since we're asking a few quick questions, just, I know this contract with Sunstar was just approved not too long ago, and so I don't know, just looking at it from a new lens, since we have to write off, $4 million, $4.2 million from that, I mean, maybe in future contracts, there's something that we could put in there to claw money back, or, because they get paid for it, and then, I mean, the county's stuck kind of
Well,
holding the bag.
we do the billing on it, and so if I had a company do it, they would have the same issue. I mean, if it's uncollectible, it's uncollectible for them or for us.
The proportion of uncollectible, this past year, we collect $107 million in ambulance fees. This represents about 3.5% uncollectible, and our collectible percentage is the highest in the nation. The county charter that created the system, created a public utility system, which has a singular ambulance provider. It has a single medical director, and then more importantly, it gives the Board of County Commissioners, acting as the EMS authority, the ability to set the ambulance rates and to kind of go through how you're going to handle uncollectible rates. Many other systems designed another way. Our system's designed like a public utility, much like the water system, that gives this board the authority to do that. Other systems that have sort of a more private ambulance approach, the ambulance rates are set by the ambulance company, and they're all over the place, and that's really been in place for over 30 years.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
And Jim, aren't we generally in the black annually on the collections?
This past year, we've collected almost $16 million in excess of what it actually cost us to pay the ambulance contractor.
Great. Okay. All right, any further questions? All right, if we could open up the voting. Okay, passes unanimously, all right. All right, item number 18.
Item 18 is ranking of firms, approval of 11 agreements with comprehensive disaster recovery management consulting services. The different firms are listed. This was competitive selection process, and we drew a line where there's a natural break. Not only will it provide us the ability, like the program we talked about earlier, but any other area municipalities can jump onto any one of those contracts for their own particular needs.
Great. Okay, motion by Commissioner Eggers. Second by Commissioner Peters. Do we have any questions, discussion? Commissioner Latvala?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We talked about this Thursday, but I just wanted to reiterate, the plan is to primarily just use the top four, so.
Yeah, for the initial plan, they've actually interviewed the top several, and they were down to two. And I don't think they've made a decision yet regarding which of the two, but they've actually interviewed them, talk about the parameters of the things we're going to be looking for, and so our intent is to go with one of those two firms.
And the incumbent company that we used was ranked like 10th, I believe, or 9th.
10th.
It wasn't intentional that we did the top 11 since they were 10th, is it?
No, it was a break between, they looked at a natural break. So for instance, what you're talking about is Haggerty was 775 points, Tidal Basin was 746 points, and then the 12th ranked firm, which is Ernst & Young, was 677 points.
Okay.
So it marked a marked difference between them. Each one of them, like for instance, Haggerty, we had them on, we used them because we got hit with a hurricane. We had them under contract through a competitive selection process, but that was to help us with the financial accounting of responding to hurricanes and accounting for our costs. So they were bid under a different procedure. So this was much more broad, prior hurricanes, et cetera and stuff. So they do have, there are individual pieces within each of these firms that make them a good firm for particular purposes. But yes, we're going to go with the highest ranked firms.
And this provides a lot of flexibility to the municipalities as well, because they can just jump right onto any of these.
They can, and I would encourage them to do that.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Nowicki.
Thank you, Chair. And so, obviously, it wasn't budgeted. There's not line, and we're hoping FEMA is going to reimbursed a big portion or most of.
Correct.
So so with that, I guess, my biggest concern is, with the incoming presidential administration and FEMA, it's, I looked through all these companies and two of them have, like very heavy, like DEI core values and principles like all over their website. So I don't know if that would be like an issue with, a new FEMA director and politically to say, hey, we don't want to reimburse, companies that, adhere to DEI core values listed on their website. So I don't know if that was.
Well, we've got notification of $813 million. We've got 90 days to turn around a plan. So we looked at the qualifications of the firms, not what they have on their website, and it's based on those qualifications that we make the ranking and the recommendation.
So they were scored through a competitive process and.
Correct.
Right, okay.
And we had a team do the scoring.
Right. Okay, any other questions? All right, the clerk can open the vote. Do we have a motion? Yeah. Okay. If the clerk can open the voting. Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 19.
This is the second amendment to an agreement with Aptum for coastal management, environmental consulting. Obviously, based upon the past year, we've exceeded the amount that we had them under contract for. This would increase that to be able to continue our work out on the beaches.
And this is for planning and design?
Yeah, it's consulting type
Consulting, got it.
services, analysis, things like that.
Okay. Motion from Commissioner Peters. Second from Commissioner Flowers. Any discussion? Okay, if the clerk can open the voting, please. We missed it. Okay, passed unanimously. Item number 20.
Item 20 is the third amendment to the subrecipient agreement with the Gulf Coast Consortium for Manufactured Home Communities Wastewater Improvement Project, i.e. the Restore Act funding. So this revises the funding amount, and then the next several one are the contracts that provide the on-site services within the home communities. I think we went over this on Thursday.
Yep. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Peters. Second by Commissioner Eggers. Do we have any discussion? Okay, if the clerk can open the voting, please. Item passed unanimously. Item number 21.
And this is an agreement with Mead and Hunt for project number 1.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Peters. Second by Commissioner Scherer. Have any discussion? Okay, if the clerk can open the voting, please. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Item number 22.
And this is Mead and Hunt for project number 2.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Eggers. Any comments, discussion? No? If the clerk can open the voting, please. Passes unanimously. Item number 23.
And Mead and Hunt for project number 3.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Peters. Second by Commissioner Eggers. Any discussion? If the clerk could open up the voting, please. Passes unanimously. Madam Attorney.
Under item 24, I'm asking for the board to ratify litigation that was filed back in December. This was with the approval of the chair under the resolution that provides for emergency actions. This was a petition for the county to take custody of neglected animals.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Peters. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any discussion? If we could open the voting, please. Passes unanimously. County Attorney reports?
No reports today.
Okay, thank you. County Administrator reports.
I have 2 items. The first item I need to read into the record, and that's regarding what I'm about to read. ACTS, Retirement Community Life Community, or Retirement Life Communities, a Pennsylvania nonprofit corporation, has requested that the Palm Beach County Health Facilities Authority issue bonds to finance and refinance multiple ACTS projects, including approximately $20 million to refinance bonds issued by Pinellas County Health Facilities Authority, the proceeds of which were to be used to finance a senior living facility named Meese Life, located at 700 Meese Plaza, Dunedin, and to finance certain capital improvements to the Meese Life facility. For the bonds to be issued as tax-exempt bonds, ACTS must receive TEFRA approval after conducting a TEFRA hearing. ACTS has requested that this occur at the Commission's February 25th meeting. The county would not be the issuer of the bonds, and the bonds would not be a debt or liability or obligation of the county. ACT has agreed to indemnify the county and to pay all its legal fees. So that's the first thing I just need to put on the record. The second item, which is obviously concerning, is there's a pause in federal funding, as you read about. The amount that you know is the amount, or is what we know, is that there's a one-pager or that says we're halting all the federal funds. So there's going to be a lot more information that's going to come up. We're going to provide that information to you. But it's significant. The impacts could be very significant. Not only do we have the CDBG-DR program for Hurricanes Milton and Helene that we just talked about, $813 million. We have $78 million of FEMA reimbursements for Hurricanes Helene and Milton. We have Mobile Home Communities project that we just passed on. That's over $30 million. We have land acquisition for floodplain restoration and resiliency, this Restore Act funding. That's 3.3. We've got over 22 million of various airport projects that are in process. If it lasts, we've got 7 million of public works projects that are impacted. We got Department of Justice grants of $1 million. We've got hazard mitigation grants of 9.5. So that's just a brief list that they put together this morning. So I said, what is the impact of this? I'm sure if we dig deeper, we will have others. Now, there is some good news. We believe we already have the ARPA funding, and so we don't believe that that can be clawed back because we have it. We'll have to account for it unless they claw it back or something, but I don't know how you would take something away where we've already spent the money. We don't believe housing and community development funds. The sheriff did contact me this morning with the same concern, so he was in D.C., so I don't know what the impact on his agency is, but it's significant. And so we've already contacted Harry, our federal lobbyist. They're all, we're just one of thousands of entities around the nation that are trying to figure this out. So more to come, but obviously we're going to keep a very close eye on this, and we'll be back and provide you what information we have.
Okay. Commissioner LaBella?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding, and I talked to Matt a little bit about this earlier, my understanding is that the executive order talked about specific policies that you would have that would be affected by the federal funding. Do we have any of those policies in place?
Like,
It was like, I think DEI was one of them, which we don't have. And there was some other stuff that we talked through that I knew that were not affected because of state law that's already been enacted in the last couple of years. But one thing that he and I talked about was like health and human services that could be affected. So one of the things that I would be curious, and I'm sure staff would be working on it, is if we have any policies that would make us more of a target than, and I doubt that we would have that.
We don't have
in place.
anything outside of what's required under federal law that
Right.
I'm aware of. And so, so those are some of the things we're going to have to get more information for you on, because at this point, we just don't know.
Okay.
But you raise a great point. We're going to have to go through program by program. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of different programs that we would probably need to look at. And again, if they change the rules, then we would comport to the federal rules. If the federal rules say you include an equal opportunity statement, we include an equal
Right.
opportunity statement.
Yeah,
If the federal rules change, then we would comport with the federal rules.
Because one administration's policies that we follow may be different than the next.
Correct.
And we would just have to adjust what we do accordingly.
That's correct. So we will look at exactly what you said. I just don't really know at this point how far-reaching this is. And it's only a delay, and so far they haven't cut anything. Obviously, though, we have programs we're running and cost occurred.
Right.
So I hope we get clarity sooner rather than later, because if they were not going to fund a program, you may choose not to fund that program also, you know? And certainly we don't have extra room in the budget to pick up programs that the federal government would cut.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mentioned this briefly to Barry when we had our normal call that we have. And for me, based on the 2 pages I read of the 35 additional pages that are to come, we may not specifically have a policy, but we do have programs. We have the SBD Center program. We have, even though we use our penny dollars to support affordable housing programs, there are components within those that will fall under what this potentially would identify. As I shared with Barry, we have carve-outs for veterans when we're doing certain programs. It could potentially affect that. The recruitment tools that we've utilized and requesting implementation of those things from businesses which have attracted businesses to our communities and their commitments. Again, while it's not a policy, it is something that we're utilizing. So I agree fully with Barry that we'll need to look at things program by program or funding source by funding source. But I would also ask that after we do that, particularly when it comes to the business development side of it and the tools we've implemented to allow businesses to expand, where we've given them money for expansion because they've agreed to make certain hiring practices, that we, after we determine whatever it is that comes down, that we then have some type of communication with those entities rather than have them assume about what's to happen or what may come, to have them have a direct conversation with us or us with them about what it is that we may or may not have to implement as it relates to changing our focus, changing our direction. Because I've gotten a number of calls already, of course. People are worried and concerned. What does this mean about the business that I'm already doing with the county? The county already supports small minority and women-owned businesses. What does that mean? Because that is a form of DEI.
But we don't, so like, for instance, our small and emerging business program is race neutral, okay? And the commission adopted that policy as part of that. So it's not targeting, like, in the jobs, it's the number of jobs and wages, not who they hire. So, I mean, those are the types of details we're gonna need to go through.
And
But-
that's my point.
And and we'll go through that, but I can't think of one where it would, that we're driving things to a particular thing. We collect data. So when we say through like our small and emerging business program, we want to know how many local people we hire, okay? We want to know the makeup of that, but that's not the basis for the award. And the actual policy was race neutral on that.
But the write-up in there doesn't even talk specifically about, it is very broad.
Yeah.
The write-up is very broad. So even for those programs within the federal government right now where individuals have been placed on leave with pay pending further investigation, maybe that's not the right word, there is a determination that could or could not come out of that based on whatever the final write-up will be. So some of the programs that we have do encourage hiring practices for persons.
I'm meeting with our executive staff tomorrow morning, and that's one of the things we'll be talking about. And I mean, the devil's in the detail. There's hundreds of programs out there, and so we'll
And
need
who
to look.
knows, things may be completely
Well, and
reversed later on. I don't know.
To your point, I'd rather know now than later. And so we're going to have to go through and ask those same questions of each program and ask our staff to kind of break all those down.
Yeah, and to prepare those entities that we partner with so that if they need to start thinking about scaling back, you know, I don't want that for anybody, but those are the things that they may need to start thinking about if they want to remain in existence in a business. And hopefully they will get that information, you know, directly from us, rather than having to wonder about what's to come. We're on the same page. We're thinking on the same
So
lines.
more to come. We've got some work to do, but we'll get you as most up-to-date information as we can as soon as we get it. That's all I have, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you, Barry. All right, now we'll do on the county commission new business. Commissioner Scheer, why don't we start with you?
First of all, I've been making the rounds at my new committee assignments. Thank you very much, Chair. I've enjoyed doing that. Yesterday, I met with the Consolidated Justice Information Systems, which was enlightening. Most of the things we discussed had to do with their new software that they're implementing and the new software that they're going to be creating. I also let them know that there's going to be changes coming to the 49th Street out in front of and they were caught unaware that there was anything in the works. So I'm going to keep them informed as to what's going on 49th Street. Also, I've given you a list of proposed commission appointments for the Council for Persons with Disabilities, Local Planning Agency, Palm Harbor, FIXA, the Parks and Recreation Services Advisory Board, and the Board of Adjustment of Appeal. I don't know if those are my nominations. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Scheer, a second by Commissioner Peters. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, passed unanimously.
Thank you very much. And anyway, I'm enjoying the work on my new committees and commissions, and thank you, and that's my report.
I saw you out there touring some Tampa Bay water sites, too.
Yes, I did make it out to Tampa Bay Water. Very fascinating.
Very, very impressive, isn't it?
200 million gallons of water a day.
Yeah, it's a
With
lot.
more to come.
Yeah.
And they provide the water for a tri-county area. It was, and I got to meet a new at-large county commissioner from Hillsborough County, Chris Boyles, and that was, we had a lot to talk about, so.
Did you go out to the reservoir?
I have not been to the reservoir. I just went to the plant where they, all the water's
surface water treatment
combined,
plant,
and then
yeah.
they treat it. And that was very interesting, yeah. Thank you for reminding me.
The reservoir is impressive.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
Oh,
Yeah, 15 billion gallons of it.
yeah, being an infrastructure nerd, I disagree. I think it's pretty cool to see. Yeah, it is.
it's a
It
big
is
lake.
huge.
It's a big
so-
man built lake, yep.
Well, I'll get out there soon, so.
Take your fishing pole.
Yeah.
I wish you could do that. I want to do that.
So when I went out there, it had
Well, yeah.
rained, and we had to trudge through the mud, and so there was nothing impressive about, as muddy as we were, that a big body of water just, no, it didn't do it for me. Love what it does, but
Yeah.
it was,
And I would be remiss to say that I also was able to tour the Star Center. Dr. Johnson and her team are doing a fabulous job out there holding that old place together. And the maintenance staff out there. I don't know, I think they're making parts out there.
Yeah, right.
On
Probably,
site, because
yeah.
there's nothing, they can't go buy any anywhere. So,
All right.
thank you.
Commissioner Lavella.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I like to meddle in District 4 as much as possible. And I remind,
And he appreciates it.
and I
he
remind my
doesn't.
good friend Commissioner Eggers that I was born there, so it counts. I was born in Dunedin. But one of the items I want to bring forward or mention today is an item that's going to be on the Board of Adjustment and Appeals February 5th. And I want to talk about it because I'm not sure that we're ever going to be able to talk about it here because it's going before the Board of Adjustment. And I've talked to Barry about it. And that has to do with the Palm Harbor Rec Center that is proposed to be right next to the YMCA. And I philosophically oppose it because I don't think that we should be using tax dollars to compete with a nonprofit. I believe that they're going to be doing a lot of things that the YMCA is going to be doing. And the county is the applicant in the application. And in the description, it's going to be 27,562 square feet, two-story recreation center. The original purpose was going to be a senior citizen center, I believe, way back in the day. And the county's recommendation and worksheet, which I've been working with county staff on this, and I thank them for their help. The new community rec center is intended to provide recreation activities such as indoor basketball courts with elevated track, dance studios and craft rooms and multipurpose rooms. In the application, the applicant, not the county, but I believe this is FICSA, says, and I quote, "The open space will allow for community to enjoy recreation activities." And I want to also point out that there was an MOU a couple years ago, but it has never been signed. So it was originally between the YMCA and FICSA and county staff. But that's never been executed. And this meeting is next week. So what I would like to see happen is that either it gets withdrawn and reworked in some fashion with the YMCA's involvement, or it gets delayed to another meeting of the Board of Adjustment. But I think having, limited involvement or no involvement by the YMCA, and we're just building a recreation center right next to them, is something that I do not support, and I wanted to publicly express that I do not support it. Because I will also mention that the Y every year has over $1 million in free services to their residents and people in low income and through Medicaid and other services. So I don't think this is good use of our tax funds.
Commissioner Peters?
So the YMCA is known for partnerships. I mean, they partner with the schools, they partner with all kinds of people, so I'm surprised that FICSA isn't just partnering with them. And that way you can use their gymnasium and build on something different that would make it a huge asset to the community as a combined collaborative effort. But I agree, doing right next door, doing the exact same business.
So if I can, Commissioners, I have Nancy McKibben here and Tom. They met actually with the YMCA and with Erica this morning. Okay. And why don't I ask them to come up and speak more specifically to this. This actually came up, and I know Commissioner Eggers has been involved in this for years. This is actually on our 2017 list of community projects, okay? So, so this was on our penny plan. I actually had a conversation, it's got to be 5 years ago, with Erica about, well, and I didn't know anything. I'm just up there touring their area, and I'm like, well, you got a YMCA right next door. And she talked about that partnership, and at that time, Scott and her sat down. And the last I had heard, and it's been years, that they had worked on that, and that's the MOU that I think staff provided to you. There was a reason through the county attorney's office why that MOU couldn't be signed, but it wasn't intended that it couldn't be. It couldn't be a tri-party agreement. There was nothing to prevent the FICSA and the YMCA from executing some type of agreement. But for whatever reason, it wasn't formally signed. But they had talked through those issues. That's the last I had heard of that until Commissioner Latvala and former Speaker Sprouse made a phone call to me, here recently. So Tom's here and Nancy's here, and Nancy's been involved in this project for years. So,
and I'm just going to make a few comments and then let Nancy go over the specific. But to your point, Commissioner Peters, initially we drafted an MOU, and the intent of that MOU was to do exactly what you mentioned. It was to share resources and activate those facilities in a way that can benefit the community. That MOU was not signed, to your point, Commissioner. The YMCA has had significant changes in their leadership. This morning we met with the new CEO, Christian and Tom, and the goal is to reestablish the MOU. So I just wanted to make those comments. So.
Thank you, Commissioners. And County Administrator Nancy McKibben, Assistant to the County Administrator representing unincorporated North County. And Commissioner Lavala, to the point that you made about collaboration and cooperation between those two agencies, actually they have a long history of collaboration and cooperation. It far precedes the discussion on the MOU and the new recreation building. Palm Harbor Parks and Recreation has enjoyed sharing the facilities at the Y, and likewise, the Y has used facilities of Palm Harbor Parks and Rec. And contrary to what might have been stated today, the MOU was reviewed and approved by the then president of the Suncoast YMCA and the chairman of the Palm Harbor Community Service Agency. And its intent was to memorialize the great relationship that those two agencies share, and also to define the intent of the program, define each of their programs, and demonstrate that not only is there no duplication of effort, but it was a deliberate attempt to demonstrate that there was no competition that was going on between their respective programming. So I hope that we can clarify that in a manner that can be memorialized in the future so we can avoid this competition.
So speaking of the MOU, was it signed? Because the person who contacted me is the CEO of YMCA Suncoast, Christian Engel, who y'all met with, and I appreciate y'all meeting with him.
Thank you.
But and I spoke to him today, and he was opposed. And he asked me if he needed to be here today, and I told him no.
Fair enough. When we met with the CEO and President Christian Engel and the Chief Operating Officer Tom Button this morning, Mr. Engel said to us it's been an interesting 2 weeks. That's how long he's been in the position. The executive director before him was Scott Goyer, and Scott was the one who reviewed that MOU. The then director of the property, the YMCA on 16th Street in Palm Harbor, was Delonix Cortez. Since then, he's been replaced once, actually twice, and now they still have a vacant position. They don't have an actual director at the Palm Harbor YMCA. They're interviewing, and they hope to have that position filled. So it gives you some context on, how that communication gap occurred.
But my question remains, has anybody from the Y ever signed the MOU?
No, it was signed by Palm Harbor Parks and Recreation and the chairman of FICSA. When it went back to Delonix, he asked to have a few sentences, more definitive sentences put in, and then to change the executor for the Y to Tom Button. So that was being enacted when we were conferring with our county attorneys. The county attorneys advised that it was a little awkward because the memorandum of understanding was between three agencies, the county, the Y, and FICSA. So at that time, we couldn't find the mechanism for it to go forward. But
That was about 2 years ago?
it was actually 2001.
Oh, okay.
And when we spoke to Mr. Engler this morning, he was fully supportive of finding that mechanism to memorialize this in the appropriate way.
So instead of approving this next week and memorializing it after the fact, is the county willing to delay it a month or two to work on an MOU now between FICSA and the YMCA?
I think that's a decision for the commission. Because I see other commissioners that would disagree, so I think it's appropriate discussion for the seven of you.
Or is there a way for it to come to the commission after the fact?
No, this is not a commission, so what this is a change, and the reason it's at the Board of Adjustment is I think it's got like an industrial
It does.
use
It has a-
thing, so it's getting it into the right zoning classification is all that is, and that is delegated down to the Board of Adjustment. So the only decision is at the Board of Adjustment for the building itself. We're a co-applicant on that with Erica, so I leave it to your judgment of what you tell us to do.
Well, I move to delay this item that's coming before on behalf of the county to the March meeting. And if there's not an MLU by March that's signed by both FICSA and the YMCA, I move that it gets withdrawn completely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably be helpful. Okay. Commissioner Eggers, you have thoughts?
Yeah, well, this is not new. This has been going on for years. There's no surprises. This is just being taken as an opportunity to do something, I guess, to take it, go back in time and try to reverse decisions and thoughts that were made here. And when I say here, I'm talking about Pinellas County through their FICSA board years ago. I mean, this was brought up in Penny 3 as a needed facility enhancement for the residents of Palm Harbor. They do provide different services. There is not going to be exercise equipment. That's been one of the big concerns in the facility. This is simply about providing what was asked for and promised and then delayed until Penny 4 because of the shortfall of funding in Penny 3. Since then, monies have been used to design the facility. They've gotten public input on the design. In fact, I'm not sure how far along they are on design, but it's
They're about 90%.
90%, okay. So again, what has been provided by the county and or FICSA and what has been provided by YMCA over the years has changed. The YMCA says they want something and it changes and it morphs into something bigger or different. And the same with FICSA. It's not unusual for organizations to morph and flow and change as they move along. The residents of Palm Harbor, again, chose to tax themselves for recreation and library services, which helps fund these operations. The promises were made to build this. In addition to that, the county is desperately looking for a step-down shelter, which is extremely important for our kids to get back to school so the parents can get back to work. This is that site that is going to be used for that step-down shelter. I think that's one of the goals that we're trying to do countywide so that we can get folks back to school, back to work. And so, again, to be using this particular public hearing, which is really more of a rubber stamp change, as an opportunity to re-look at that entire relationship and agreement, I think is not proper and not right. I certainly support the effort that's been going on for years. I support the design concepts that they've come up with. I also support the idea that they work closely with the Y, as they have been doing. In spirit, the agreement was put together years and years ago, but it was even discussed as recently as 2 or 3 years ago when the previous leader of the YMCA was in agreement with what was discussed at that time. So again, I think it's it's much ado about nothing and a final opportunity to try to derail a project that is important to the residents of Palm Harbor, but also to the county as far as a step-down shelter is concerned. So again, that's just my comment and thoughts. And again, I continue to encourage collaboration, but I don't see any reason to slow this down at all. Mike.
Chair, thank you. This is the first I'm hearing of this project. And I had a couple questions. This MLU? And yeah, can you tell me what that is? Because it sounds important.
Well, it's a non-binding agreement. It's memorandum of understanding, and it's just a document that helps define roles and intent.
It's non-binding.
Correct.
Okay.
It would be binding. If all parties signed it, it would be binding,
Well,
absolutely.
it'll become a tri-party agreement?
Well, no, this would be between the two entities. I think the new version would be between the two entities, correct?
I really don't know. This is all news to me as well.
Okay.
Okay, good.
What's being proposed, Nancy?
I'm sorry?
What's being proposed? Just between those two entities or us as a third party?
No, the Assistant County Attorney at the time this was reviewed suggested it just be between the YMCA and Palm Harbor Community Service.
So in essence, what the MO do, it would be saying Palm Harbor, here's the areas you're going to focus on, the Y you focus on this, and here's how we collaborate. And that's the intent of kind of documenting the partnership and the relationship is the intent.
And another question, this is coming before the board to vote on?
No, the Board of Adjustment. It will not come before the county
It's
commission.
never coming before the county commission?
No.
May I just add, the type 2 use application is, as County Administrator said, it's because the zoning, and Michael Schotterbach is much more knowledgeable about this.
At an old zoning category, it's just changing it for its current use.
Right,
We don't need to
because,
get into all that.
okay.
Michael?
But I might add is that this is just a step to move forward. You have to have the type 2 use before you can submit your site plan for review and approval. So we're way in the process of moving, this forward.
This has been under design ever since I got here or consideration.
It just became funded for design in 2023. It took a while, it took a year to get the RFQ executed.
Okay, so we're voting on a motion
Right.
to delay, or I don't even know what you're delaying.
The Board of Adjustment, to delay it.
So they can write a memorandum of understanding for the Y to agree with, because the Y is opposed to it.
Mm-hmm. But I don't like to slow things down, but I don't like to, slow things down, but I don't like to vote on things that I don't have all the information.
Commissioner Peters?
Sorry.
Are you
Sorry.
done?
Are you done, Chris?
I think so. I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay.
This is
I don't
the new
want
one
to
for
cut you off. I just thought you were.
Yeah, and I'm
So-
done.
We didn't know this was coming here,
I
so
I
we'd
think
briefed
this
you
was
otherwise.
going on for so many years and nobody had an issue because they always got along with the Y. And, the parameters are, you don't use, gym equipment in yours, but, you can do programming with us and blah, 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 without a membership. And so that MOU would have those parameters. They would have those identified uses. And that way they're not competing and they stay good neighbors, good friends, and good collaborators. The step down, I forgot this was a step down shelter that we're looking
Yes.
for. So we currently use Palm Harbor High School as a shelter, but this would be getting them out of the high school so they can go back and we've got another place to put them.
We
So,
actually used the current facility briefly, or we were going to. Eric has set it up, but we needed a larger facility up there.
so that is important and I hate to have that held up only because, we don't know how many more storms are coming. But if you're only talking till March, I would rather see a partnership forged with the YMCA, and I get that this has been going on forever, but they've always had a partnership. They've always gotten along. I'm sorry the new CEO is caught by surprise, and maybe they haven't worked that relationship yet, but I certainly hope they do. I think this needs to go forward for the sake that we need that step-down shelter. The YMCA isn't going to provide that for us. But I think I could support asking the Board of Adjustments to wait till March and see if we can't get that MOU. So that's 2 months that they're waiting. We've waited a lot of years. I don't know that 2 months is going to break the back on this, just to see if they can forge a good relationship out of this. And I hope the fact that we're kind of forcing it, I don't like that we're forcing it, should be naturally done. But, the folks at FIXA are great, and I think that they're not going to have a problem getting a good agreement going with the new leadership at the YMCA, because they do great work and they're passionate, just like the people at the YMCA are passionate. And so I'm going to support you on your motion.
Commissioner Chair?
Chair, I believe the motion was to delay till March 14th and then terminate it if an agreement wasn't in place.
Yeah, I mean, I can amend that. Yeah, that was the motion. I can amend that if y'all desire to. The goal is to get a MOU that both sides agree to. Currently, they have not signed one, and so that's the big issue.
It's only an issue because we're making it one. This has been discussed, and this is a relationship that's been in place. To somebody's comment about forging a relationship, that relationship is in place. It's not like it's brand new and we're starting from scratch today. This has been going on for years and years, and there are adjustments at the Y, and there are adjustments at the FICSA that happen from time to time. And but to say that there's no foundation here, and even to the comment that you made about, well, if it doesn't happen, if they don't get an agreement made in 30 days, it's killed, and I know you took that back, I mean, speaks to what the intent really is. It's not about forging an agreement. It's about trying to take away what residents have asked for. That's just that simple. It's not that complicated. They asked for it. We added on the idea of this step-down shelter being extremely important. And what is going to go on there in terms of activities is no different than the activities that are going on now. What the biggest concern, at least that I was voiced to by a previous YMCA person, was we don't want to see any exercise equipment, because then you're starting to get into exercise programs, exercise memberships, and that kind of thing. And that's not on there. That's not being done. And again, to say that there's no collaboration, it's not in the MOU, and that's grounds to slow it down, I think is disingenuous about the kind of relationship that they truly do have. And that is a true understanding of that. So we can do what we want to do, but that's going to take 30 days to try to browbeat and force in new language that restricts even potentially the expansion of the facility if they have that opportunity to recreate this kind of relationship in 30 days. So it's been there. It's been a decades of a relationship that you're going to try to put into writing in 30 days. I think there's something that's trying to be done to undermine this thing from proceeding, and that to me is not negotiating in good faith. So that's my comment.
Commissioner Nowicki, and then Commissioner LaVallo.
Thank you, and to reiterate Commissioner Scheer's viewpoints, this is the first, we're kind of hearing about it, and so I don't want to, slow down any business, and but if the MOU was supposed to be signed in 2001, was that?
The MOU was discussed in 2001 because of the tri-party agreement. They didn't move forward with it, and so it just sat there, but it didn't change, it just didn't move.
And so would having the signed MOU be like best practices? So businesses or nonprofits aren't cannibalizing each other?
I don't know if it's a best practice. It certainly was discussed back then, and Erica and Scott got along great, and literally until the other day when Speaker Sprouse called me, I hadn't heard anything on this in 4 years.
Right.
I hadn't heard anything, so I thought everything was fine.
Yeah, I don't think it should be terminated at March 14th, but I think there should be given an opportunity to try to get an MOU signed, but I don't think it should be terminated, and I guess I'll see if anybody else has any thoughts. So, thank you.
Commissioner LaVallo.
So I'm glad Commissioner Nowicki brought up 2001 when we were all much younger and I was a freshman in college. This started out as a senior citizen center. And the reason why I know that is because I asked the person who got the original funding for it what the original intent was. And that's what he told me. And since then, it has now morphed into a basketball court with elevated track, dance studios, craft rooms, multipurpose rooms, conference rooms, a two-story, 28,000 square foot rec center. And so when you talk about things morphing, that's what this is. When you have things that I just mentioned that directly compete with what the Y is already doing. So if there's anybody that is to blame for not cooperation, it's FIXA trying to keep expanding what they're already doing instead of being satisfied with what their current mission is or what the original funding in 2001 was for. And so they need to stay in their lane. And instead of trying to compete with their neighbors, be good neighbors. And I mean, I don't understand why, you know, what the problem is with getting in a room with people from the YMCA and figuring out what they both can do without having direct competition. And I don't understand why the county has to pick sides. I mean, I've only been here for 2 years. Some of y'all have been here a lot longer. But I don't understand why we have to pick sides when it comes to, you know, nonprofits and directly competing with nonprofits. I don't see a big deal of waiting for 30 days to come up with a better solution. And because I can't think of another time where we have picked sides in something like this. The Y is a good community partner, and I will also add that I spoke to the CEO of the Y this afternoon, and he thanked the county for their help, but he also expressed that they were still opposed. And if Scott Goyer was supportive of this, you would see his signature on the MOU. He was a longtime CEO. You do not see his signature on the MOU. So with that, I think we should give them 30 days to hammer out something that's good on both sides instead of the county commission putting their finger on the side of FIXA. Thank you.
And I just would add that if we're going to go down that road, the things that FIXA does today is what will be going on in the new facility. It's just not like they're adding types of exercises or types of recreation or types of anything. So what they're going to do is more of what they're doing now. And if this is, and again, an attempt to define things in the category of what they're doing now and try to chip away at that through the argument of we shouldn't be expanding for other services, that's going to be a problem that's not going to be taken care of in 30 days. To the extent that who was here first, I certainly don't think that there's any argument about FIXA and the recreational activities, whatever they are, were pushed by the residents of Palm Harbor for more services. It's not unusual for folks to get that. It's not unusual for folks to, well, it is unusual for folks to decide to tax themselves because they want more services in recreation and in library services, and they're bursting at the seams. And so and they have another facility sitting right there. It's just dated. It's not like they don't have that other facility. So they're going to taking down a dated facility, replacing it with what is going on there, but also providing the opportunity for the step-down shelter, which is extremely important. So again, you wait 30 days and get that all buttoned up. That's fine with me, but I'm not going to support it. I just think I think there's more to it than what is being discussed here today. What they do now, if what they do now is what they're going to be doing more of, but the same facility, the same thing, I don't think we should be touching it. If it's an opportunity to claw some of that stuff back, I think that's what is really trying to be done here, and I think that's going to be changing the whole nature of what we've been trying to do for the last 3 or 4 years, 5 years on design, concept, discussion, getting community input. This isn't what FIXA has wanted to do. This is what the residents of Palm Harbor are asking us to do through the penny, but also FIXA through providing the operating dollars to operate the facility. So again,
Some more questions.
I've finished my diatribe. Thank you.
So
Peters.
I don't know where this is located. Is this located next to Palm Harbor High School?
Across the street, it's down that road.
Okay. And so we're talking about the Y that's at the high school, correct?
No, the
No,
Y
it's
is
also across the
down
street.
that.
They're both side by side. The Y and the Fixa are side by side.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that YMCA has a gymnasium.
It's what?
Does that YMCA have a gymnasium?
It has a workout facility.
It's a workout
just a
facility.
workout
I don't
facility.
believe it has a gymnasium,
Does,
does it?
see, I'm not familiar with it, so.
Nancy,
Yeah, it has a
you know?
workout
For
facility.
exercise. They have equipment.
Yeah.
They have an equipment,
have
they don't have a
equipment.
gymnasium.
I believe that's correct. Is that right?
I don't know if they have that or not.
Right now, they do not have a gymnasium, but in 2022, the YMCA announced that they were going to build a field house. And I believe that that field house is either in planning or nearing construction or under construction. I'm
So
not
they
sure.
have sports fields. The YMCA has
No,
sports fields.
that's their name for a building that they call it a field house, but they share the property, the Fixa property that is that big wide open field where they have soccer.
If it's a field house, that it would apply indoor, fields.
Well, see, if I hear a
Like a
field
soccer-
house, I'm thinking equipment and concession stand. I'm not thinking a gymnasium.
Correct. I would guess that too, but I don't know. the
So
answer.
I don't know what the field house is that the YMCA is planning, but the point of my questions are, we need a step-down shelter, so that's why we need the gymnasium. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The YMCA doesn't have a gymnasium, so there's not competition with that, but room for partnership. If they share the fields already, they've already got some kind of partnership if they're sharing the fields already. And if they're going to build some field house, then maybe that's something that could be shared if we're willing to share the gymnasium, or you know what I'm saying? So I think there's room for partnership, given that they're going to build something that's different. They've got a workout center, and we're going to have a kitchen, right, if it's a step-down shelter?
Yeah, I'm not going to be the expert on this. They've been in design on this for several years. and
Is there
so
a kitchen in this
those-
plan?
Yes, there is.
So for the step-down shelter, we need a kitchen, we need the bathrooms, and we need the gymnasium.
Correct.
So I'm just looking right now at the step-down shelter part of this. I think is important and critical, and we need it. We have to get out of the schools. Step-down shelters are what we have found were a necessary thing to get the schools back open. We were taking a long time after these storms to get schools back in session, which makes the kids farther behind. So to me, the step-down shelter part of this is really critically important. And it appears that since we have a kitchen, the YMCA does not have a kitchen. We'll be doing food prep classes in there. I'm going to assume healthy living classes in there. I mean, there really is an opportunity for a partnership if the YMCA was really going to be a partner and really wanted to make this part of a combined thing. I mean, they had great opportunities. It's no different than partnering with the schools. At Riviera Middle School, that one I've been to, I've seen, they've got that kitchen, but the school uses it half the time, the YMCA uses it other half the time. Their gymnasium, the school uses it half the time, the YMCA uses the other half the time. There are great partnerships out there where financially they're working together. I mean, they could even build something bigger and better if the YMCA was a true partner, and was even a financial partner, which I'm sure that would take way longer than 30
No,
days.
this is 90% design. So.
Yeah, so that, that's unfortunate, but that doesn't mean with the field house they can't be a partner that way. You know what I'm saying? So I think we need the step down. I think we need the step down shelter, and I wouldn't want to push that back more than 60 days. 30 days I think is hard to pull off. I think 60 days is more of a possibility. I think if they're open-minded to it, I don't think we cancel it. Competition is good. There's nothing wrong with competition. Competition typically makes your competitor do better, give a better quality or a cheaper price. So I don't think competition is bad, whether you're a nonprofit or a for-profit. But I would like to see a partnership because it just makes sense for them to have a stronger programming as a result of partnership. So, but the fact that one has not been signed since 2001, I have little faith that one will get signed.
It was actually discussed in 2021.
21.
So we can get,
21.
the time period was 21 and 22 is when they were talking
Okay.
about that,
So I think if you don't, if you're, would be patient to let the new leadership and they get their new person at that one facility to have a little time to get to know what they're doing. And, if they're going to build a field house, there's an opportunity for good quid pro quo and partnership opportunities. But I think we have to move forward on the step-down shelter. So, I wouldn't want to terminate this contract. I really wanted to see a partnership on this contract. And since we're building things that the YMCA doesn't have, it certainly can expand the programming they can offer to their members, so if they did a partnership. So, if you would be okay with amending that to 60 days, I think that gives us a little more time than 30 days. But I wouldn't want it terminated as a result because of the step-down shelter is my thought.
So I will amend my motion to take up this item at the April Board of Adjustment and Appeals meeting.
Will you second that? Okay. So we have a motion and second. That was for the April 8th. You said?
I have no idea, Tom.
Their April meeting
Says
is
April meeting,
appropriate.
so-
Huh?
Second. April 2nd.
Okay.
So that's really just about 60, not much more than 60 days. So, but I think Commissioner Eggers is right. This has been a long time in the planning, and it's the step-down shelter that has me more pressed on why we have to move forward on this more than not. So, but I think that the Fix-It people are just, they do an amazing job, and they do a great job for the community, and I just hope everybody can come together and see that there's a great potential here.
Yeah, and, well, it sounds like that's the direction we're going, which is too bad, just keeping in mind that none of this work was done in a vacuum. None of this work was done clandestinely in some back room. This has been done openly, publicly. The residents have spoken loud and clear. And so none of this has changed. I mean, the simple fact of the matter is that this is going to be, you've heard the uses that they're going to be using. They're not exclusive. Even if a field house is done, it's different than a gymnasium. But again, like I said, this is not anything new. This is like almost at the 11th hour, so to speak. In fact, pretty soon, that design would be finalized and going out to bid and coming back here for defining penny money to build it. That's where we are in the process. Again, I don't want it to leave this room to think that anything has been done that wasn't open, transparent, community input, community ask, county promises, and two successive pennies. And so I don't know what a 60-day delay does, except I don't see why the 60-day delay is for the actual hearing, but not necessarily the work that's ongoing. And I'm assuming that the work that's ongoing, if they're 80 or 90% done with engineering, that they just continue with that and prepare it so that we're not, this doesn't have to be done tip to tail. We can do this simultaneously. That's what I'm assuming. So this is, I don't want to delay the project. You want to delay the decision at the hearing, that's fine. Again, that's a rubber stamp decision. There's nothing, it's being, again, used as a way to delay the process. So, but there's nothing unusual about that request. That should be, read it and approve it. That's how, but if it's related to all this other stuff, that's it's a venue to try to stall the process. So anyway, I said I was done. I'm done now.
Okay. All right, I have a few thoughts. Wow, who could have thought that a simple land use change zoning could get into all of this stuff? So I also got a call from Speaker Sprouls last week on this, and what he said made sense to me. Why would you compete with a nonprofit next door? But I didn't know anything about the project. This is really the first I'm hearing about all of this and the history behind it, and the need for the step-down shelter, and the fact that we're 90% designed. So I feel like there's a lot here right now, and there's definitely services that the residents of Palm Harbor said that they want, and there's a need for this step-down shelter. So I'm really reluctant to just say no to something that's a simple land use change, and hold this project up because it is needed. There should be a cooperation, a sense of partnership between the Y and FICSA on this. I think that just makes absolute natural sense. But what happens if they don't come to agreement in 60 days? What do we do then? I mean, how much money have we already spent on this and design? Any idea?
I don't know the answer to it, but it's a funded penny project. And
right, so.
And it's been through the design, and the design came out of the community conversations.
Right. So I'm just really reluctant to just say no to that with all of this, just understanding all of this contextually now, without having some more time to really digest this. So I'm probably not going to support the motion on the table. I absolutely want the Y and FICSA board to get together, and I think the comments you said were perfect. It doesn't appear like we are competing. Now, would we want the FICSA board to suddenly decide that, okay, we're going to stack that, we don't need that gymnasium anymore, we're going to stack it with equipment? That would be the wrong thing to do, but then that also is counterintuitive and goes against the whole reason for step-downs, for having that space for a step-down shelter. So I think that's probably unlikely to happen. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I wish I'd kind of had a little bit more background and contextualized this in advance, but that's sort of where we're at. So are there any other comments?
I wouldn't want to see it terminated either.
I wouldn't either.
No, I wouldn't want to see it terminated either, but I don't mind them having time to work with the YMCA in good faith. But I wouldn't support terminating it. For the Y to work with FICSA in good faith. They've got nothing on the table that's going to push them to do that. There's nothing on the table to push the YMCA to partner, except that they're concerned about what's going on. So that's the natural push, right? They don't want a certain amount of competition. But instead of looking at it as competition, if the new leadership would look at it as a partnership in which they can expand programming, and then there's a benefit to FICSA and the residents that there could be a benefit. And I think it's just they're just natural partners to me. But it appears, and I've not been there, it appears that it's very different stuff. But I would love to see the YMCA come to the table and, have 60 days for FICSA to maybe talk to them and see if they're willing to come to the table. But I think because of the step-down shelter element, we can't kill it.
Well, I can tell you, to your point, they did reach out to FICSA,
Okay. So,
and that was unsuccessful.
oh,
That was unsuccessful.
the Y reached out to FICSA, and it was not successful.
Y and FICSA have been talking for years. I don't know what you mean by that they're not talking. They've talked and talked and talked and agreed, and that's not new. I mean, the simple fact of the matter is that they talked way back decades ago. They talked two or 3 years ago, and in concept agreed. And so, again, I'm not sure about why you say they haven't talked.
With all due respect, the CEO, Mr. Engel, hasn't been there for decades and decades.
No, but the previous guy has, Scott Goyer.
Okay, did he sign the MOU?
He was there and talked and agreed. Yeah.
I think you're putting words in his mouth.
Okay. I talked to him today, so.
Chair,
Commissioner Scheer.
this step-down shelter, I take it's an emergency shelter for a storm?
Yes.
And it's for the neighborhood?
Correct.
And if we move forward today and deny this request, it will not be ready for storms until it's not going to be a 25.
It won't be ready for 25 anyways. but-
Right.
Correct.
So,
But, you know, so.
I'm just trying to line this stuff out in my head.
Right.
Between design, engineering,
Right.
all the design engineering, RFPs, construction, will be ready for 26.
Yeah.
Not 25.
Right, for 26, we gotta get ready for
So if we wait-
26.
If we wait another 60 days, again, I'm not saying I know what the construction schedule. I'm not saying I know what the construction schedule is. I don't, so.
So I just try to lay it out in my mind. Now, I'm not against competition either. And I don't like holding things up, but this is interesting. I'm thinking hard about it.
Commissioner Nowicki.
Yeah, to everyone's point, I think, 60 days wouldn't stop this step-down shelter opening up in 2026. And so I think to give the new CEO time to work with FICSA, talk, have coffee. If Speaker Sprouse is intervening, he hasn't called me, but if he's talking with people, he's a quite capable guy, I'm sure. So with him, the new CEO, I think 60 days, if it's not going to delay opening up the shelter anyway by 2026, I'm okay with giving them 60 days to talk amongst themselves and to figure it out. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
So just one point of clarification.
Okay.
Because I said I wasn't going to talk again, but, so the case that we're talking about has really nothing to do with what we're doing. I mean, the simple fact is that there's a few dollars left on the table to finish the design. RFPs are people that are going to be applying for that. Why? What is it about the agreement, the application? Is that being used to kill a deal, or do we just want them to go forward with that? Just go forward with that, get it approved. It still has to be, ultimately, the contract, if I'm not mistaken, still has to be approved by us.
Yes,
for
this will
funding
be,
the
this will be our
project.
facility, so this will come back to you. I'm assuming, Nancy, yes?
I'm just trying to figure out ways where we
Yes.
don't have to slow down the process.
Right.
Where we can, and still tell the Y and the FICSA to work on that MOU. And at the end of the day, if they don't get the MOU done, we just say, okay, I'm not going to approve the contract. I'm not going to approve the funding of the facility.
It's a good point.
To me, it's just like, we still have at the end of the process, still control. The only thing that would be at risk is what's left on doing the design of the, we said we're 90% done. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty much done.
So for most intents and purposes, that's pretty much expended. So it's really just about letting the process go, letting them work on that, and at some point, we're going to be bringing a contract back here.
Right.
And if there's 4 people here that don't say, we're not going to do it because they can't, then we kill it then.
Right.
So I thought that, based on our conversation, this was not coming to us, which was the whole reason why I brought it forward.
The contract.
The zoning does not come to you, okay? The contract to build the facility will, because that's going to be using penny money.
Right, okay. I'm glad we spent an hour on this.
Thank you, Chris.
So at the end of the day, it really comes to us for that part. So why don't we just let the thing move on and move it as quickly as possible, and then see how that discussion goes, MOU development, and then we're done.
In the meantime, we can bang their heads together and say, work
Yeah.
something out.
Yeah, knowing, what's on the table.
All right, is there any other discussion?
I tried.
Okay, all right, well.
To clarify, the motion at the end of the day is to give the 60 days, but there's no termination. There's no termination. And then at 60 days, they can go to the meeting and move forward on the zoning change, but. April 2nd. So the only thing is we're asking them to table this at the Board of Adjustments meeting until April 2nd. So maybe they could work out something, and then it isn't an issue when the contract comes before us. Got it. Well, they would do that anyways. Maybe.
Hopefully. We're going to make you buy drinks tonight, Chris.
I'm sorry?
We're going to make you buy drinks tonight. All right, if the clerk could open the voting.
Oh, you want to do it all in favor, or do you want to do a card?
We can bring up the voting card.
Can
Voting
you do
card?
it on here?
Okay.
Okay.
2, 3.
Who's the tiebreaker? Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, we get
Right.
another bite at the apple.
You'll get a chance.
Which way?
You'll get a chance at the contract approval.
Okay.
All right, motion fails. Okay. Commissioner Latval, do you have any other new business?
I do.
Okay, that was just the warm-up.
Got a couple other
It's
items
just-
I want to bring forward for voting purposes. I attended the JWB meeting. Last time we were here, I expressed some concerns, or I said that I would be expressing some concerns. I did that at the JWB meeting. I went to the Visit St. Pete Clearwater Industry Partner Summit. Y'all did a great job there. That was a great event. Martinis and Matisse, which was benefiting the Clearwater Free Clinic, was a couple weeks ago. Fantastic event. I had the honor of going to the MLK breakfast in St. Pete, which turned into a church service. And that was a wonderful occasion. If y'all, we got to sit next to each other, Mr. Chairman, and that was a really fun time. And thank you, Commissioner Flowers, for inviting us to that. Several of y'all went to the sheriff's demonstration event on the family reunification program that they're doing, which was fantastic. Hopefully, we will never have a mass casualty event in Pinellas, but heaven forbid if we do, we have the right person in charge to handle that, and Sheriff Gualtieri. I was a presenter of an award at the Kids Tag Art Ceremony with the Pinellas Tax Collector's Office. And before we conduct our business, citizens can petition us for all sorts of things. And that's really a bedrock of our political system. But one gentleman that I really enjoyed hearing from the past couple of years is Mr. Mac Johnson. He turned his 3 minutes into, a lot of times, many sermons, which really put a smile on my face, because it was usually followed by other people that didn't put a smile on my face. But as was mentioned, he passed away recently, and he's going to be missed. And he served in the Marines before he moved to Pinellas County in the 70s, and has lived here in Largo for the past 50-plus years. And I will miss his 3 minutes every few weeks. Another person that recently passed away is Louis Betts, and a few of y'all know him from Tallahassee and also locally. And he was sick for many years, but he was a powerful person, but he also was an honest person, and you don't get that a lot in politics. And he's very straightforward. And if he didn't like you, he'd tell you, and brutally honest. But he also was selfless, and he spent the last few years of his life helping others through organ donation and living donors and things like that. And very wonderful man, very wonderful friend too, and I will miss him. So that is all that I have.
Commissioner Peters.
And I will miss him too. He was a wonderful human being. And I'm really proud to have called him a friend. So I do have something I need consensus on before I get started. I attended the erosion control line meeting in Treasure Island, and those residents are really so frustrated about the sand. And as they were asking about the sand project, DEP and other staff redirected them because the meeting wasn't about nourishment, it was about the erosion control line. So I would like to send a letter to President Trump. I have it drafted. It's almost ready to go. I want Kelly to look at it. But I just want to get consensus that I can speak on behalf of the whole commission versus just me, if that's okay. I wanted to talk to him about the workaround that was suggested that we haven't been able to get. You know, WRDA, you know, Congress worked hard on changing WRDA, but the end result was not beneficial to Pinellas County because the public access piece of what was in WRDA is 50 years, and for many of the residents, 50 years is the same as into perpetuity. And so I kind of want to give the history that for almost 8 years, we haven't been able to nourish our beaches, so we haven't been fully nourished in about a decade. And that's infrastructure. It's infrastructure that we need to protect the barrier islands, to protect the infrastructure on those barrier islands. And you know, we were 7 feet below elevation when those storms came, and I believe we had significantly worse damage as a result of that lack of infrastructure on the shoreline. So if you all give me consensus, I'll write the letter on behalf of everybody versus just me sending it. And it's just me continuing what I've been working on for several years, if that's okay. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. I'm good.
Vince,
Good.
Renee, we all good?
Everybody good? Yep.
Good.
Yep, you got it.
Okay. I did meet with Congresswoman Luna's staff about WRDA and how it wasn't beneficial to Pinellas County. She understands our issues. Truly, if we could get Army Corps to use the erosion control line that's already drawn out around the state of Florida, no other counties in Florida would have this problem. So really, that's, I think, one of the best solutions. I also met with, I'm going to say this wrong, this Dysautonomia project. It is an illness that is on the rise.
Dysautonomia.
Dysautonomia, thank you. Actually, it's dysautonomia based on the dictionary, because I looked it up and then just couldn't remember. Anyways, I attended their facility, but then I went to their conference on Friday. And they're trying very hard to get into nursing schools, private provider doctors, physician assistants, because this is not an illness that is taught in medical school or in nursing school. And so I'm going to work with them to make some connections. I believe Galen Nursing School, I met with Largo Hospital today, and they're going to maybe reach out to them and see if they can't do something with the Galen, since they have acquired Galen Nursing School as a feeder system into their HCA hospitals. They're going to, hopefully we'll get them hooked up and we can start getting some other people trained in that illness. Also met with the mayors of St. Pete Beach and Treasure Island just to check in on them. For those that are countywide, I think that's a great suggestion. Just meet them for coffee. And I haven't gotten to the Reddingtons, but they just would love to hear from everybody. I know they're really busy, but they're having a tough time, and it's nice to know that they can talk to you and have support. And then I did speak at the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce VIP lunch. Congratulations to Charlie Justice for being named the new CEO. I went to my first Tampa Bay Water meeting for this year. It's good to be back. It kind of feels like I never left. And other than that, that's all I got.
All right.
Thanks.
Commissioner Nowicki.
Yeah, I'd also like to reiterate congratulations to Charlie Justice for that position. And so other new business, I was at the St. Pete Chamber Public Policy meeting this morning, and they have their annual 126th meeting, chamber meeting, Tuesday, February 4th at the Mahaffey Theater. I also toured Animal Services yesterday. Lourdes and the interim director, Jennifer, run a great facility over there and do a really good job taking care of cute little puppies and cats. So make sure you adopt a rescue. Moffitt, they just opened their brand new $100 million facility in Ruskin yesterday and had their first patient. And that facility was supposed to go downtown St. Pete. But I did talk with Dr. Who and Jamie Wilson, and they're open and committed to being in Pinellas County, in the long term, 7 to 10 years down the line. So they're open to any conversation to help bring Moffitt to Pinellas. Toward Avera Health, I think they're doing a great job. They started training nurses and opening up a school to really pull people from high school at Avera Health. So they're doing good work. Toward East Lake Library and East Lake Rec, also doing some good work up there. And I think they're going to be wanting a couple dollars for a few things in the future. So I'm excited to continue to learn more about that. St. Anthony, toward Baycare Hospital. And it's good to see the Franciscan culture be alive and well at St. Anthony's Hospital, downtown St. Pete, and all of the expansion and all the work that they do with the unhoused or homeless population. Sunday, February 2nd, they have the sculpture reveal at the Woodson African American Museum for Harriet Tubman. That's February 2nd at 3 p.m. I also toured the Pinellas Safe Harbor and the Bayside Health Clinic. So they're doing some probably a lot of unappreciated work up there. And so the folks that work at the Bayside Health Clinic and Pinellas Safe Harbor, my hat's off to those guys that work day in and day out up there. And then also this Thursday at USF St. Pete campus at 10 a.m. is the 50th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War. And so if you were a Vietnam vet, you can get a lapel pin, and they're doing a nice celebration down there at USF St. Pete to honor all the Vietnam vets. So I look forward to being there this Thursday at 10 a.m. And that's all the business I have, and thank you, everybody.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As has already been stated, thank you also very much for attending the Dr. Martin Luther King Scholarship Awards breakfast that was held at the Coliseum by the National Council of Negro Women, of which I have the pleasure of serving on their board of directors. Super kudos to Judge Patrice Moore, who received the Humanitarian Award from the National Council of Negro Women, and congratulations to all of the high school seniors who received scholarship funds to assist them in their endeavor. The parade was extremely huge, a great success, and I think a lot of us got sick, not us necessarily here, but a lot of people got sick from that, from being out in that cold weather. I had the opportunity to attend the Area Agency on Aging, Pinellas Pasco board meeting, and some wonderful things are happening for seniors through AAAPP. Thank you very much to Congressman Gus Bilirakis for all of his support in helping the Area Agency on Aging secure funds that will provide additional services to provide housing for seniors throughout Pinellas and Pasco County. So that is always a plus when they are kind of up against the wall, if you will, when it comes to being able to provide services for them. DOEA provided over $9 million plus in Title III funding, which is an increase of $264,000 from last year. So that is, again, for senior housing. So we're excited about that. We're working on a joint partnership with New Port Richey, and Pasco County government to build 80 to 100 affordable housing units that will be in Pasco County. The project is expected to cost between $30 and $50 million. However, we did receive $1.2 million in a planning grant opportunity, again, from Congressman Gus Bilirakis. So we're very thankful for that. We've already had 4 developers that are very interested in partnering in that. Excuse me. Also, there will be a new program set up with a joint partnership between St. Petersburg College and Pinellas County Schools for a program that will teach civics, but it will also work on different leadership models for the educators within Pinellas County Schools. So thank you very much to that partnership and relationship between St. Petersburg College with Lars Hafner and the Pinellas County School System. excuse me. I will be attending the Florida Association of Counties Technology Conference. Many of you know that while we enjoy 5G and other accessible venues for technology in more urban communities, rural communities don't always have that accessibility. And if you've ever driven through a rural community on your way somewhere, you will notice that you lose cell service until you can get close to another city. So I will be attending that tech conference. It starts on the 30th and ends on the 31st, which is Thursday and Friday. And it's being held at the Equestrian Center right outside of Ocala, so it's not very far. But I will be attending that, so I won't be present at the joint BCC state delegation meeting. So I do apologize for missing that, but as an officer with FAC, I need to be at that conference. Excuse me. Hopefully you all also will start looking at your calendars for the summer annual Florida Association of Counties Conference that will be held again in Orlando. So I hope you're able to make that. And then I don't know if any of you are planning to attend the NACO National Conference in DC, but it's going to be very good, very interesting. And if you haven't already had an opportunity to review some of the NACO news bites that they put out, it just provides all of the updated information relative to bills and things like that that are being tracked through the federal government and then being dispersed in information through the various committees. And I know some of you all serve on some of the NACO national committees. So that will help with the discussion and dialogue when you are attending those committee meetings, and then hopefully going up on the Hill to support positions not only for our local government, but things that affect communities like ours as a part of NACO. Black History Month is coming up. It's going to be very, very exciting. Prior to that, there will be the installation of a Harriet Tubman statue as a showing of museum art at the Woodson Museum. Some people know it as the Dr. Carter G. Woodson African American Museum. So I hope that maybe you all are able to make that installation if you have time. Excuse me. Thank you. Yes. Which is a Sunday. So that should be really neat and nifty. I will forward to everyone, the locations haven't been presented, but the Interministerial Alliance will be having its Legacy Series, which is a number of days of different events and activities. So if you can make any of those, but I will forward that to, I'll have Darlene forward that to each of your aides so that if you would like to attend any of those, you will be able to. I will be serving on a human trafficking panel. We had this panel last year at Bethel Metropolitan Baptist Church. The address is 3455 26th Avenue South, and the date is February 6th, and the time is from 6 to 8. It was very eye-opening. There were 2 individuals who had been trafficked that served on that panel last year. One was trafficked by her father and didn't get out, wasn't able to get out until she was an adult. And the other was able to get out, but they were rescued. And so I will be serving on that panel along with some other individuals who will be talking about what we're doing. And I'm very proud of what Pinellas County does when it comes to different programs and services for individuals who may find themselves trafficked or trying to get out. And there have been a number of rescues right here in Pinellas County. So I'll be serving on that panel. And if you're able to make it, I would greatly appreciate it. And if not, last year it was videotaped, so I can always share that with you. We'll be having our Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council on the 10th, that executive committee meeting on the 10th. And so I'm sure also at that meeting, there will be great discussion about what's going on in Washington, D.C. and various programs. And that is all that I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Eckers.
I'm going to start with some stuff in District 5. I'm kidding. I'm just joking. That was not my attempt at humor. Okay, I just have a few things. What's that?
Best beach in the nation.
TDC, I went to my first meeting as an ex officio member. I wanted to give kudos to Commissioner Peters again for getting us to go as the vice chair, because you really do get a sense of what's going on. There's just so much going on. So when you step in, as Commissioner Scott has, you know, you're ready to go. So it was a great move. Yeah, it's great. We had the VSPC annual meeting with all the new directors. Well, 3 out of the 4 directors got to speak. I really just wanted to tip my hat to Brian Lowak, and the hiring of all of these folks is when he came on board, they were all empty positions, and he's worked hard along with administration to get those positions filled, and they were really good. Excited to have them on board. So. Also wanted to give a shout out to Barry and the other county administrators and 14 of the 19 commissioners who came to our Tri-County meeting last Friday. Tried for so many years to get it done, and had to wait till Barry got here, and working with the other county administrators to really see the value in getting together on regional issues. So really good meeting, and hopefully we'll be able to get a couple more this year and continue some dialogues and discussion. To your point, Commissioner Scheer, about meeting another county commissioner that we can actually talk to just about anything, right? Except if you're on a board with them. Like, yeah, it was great. I also wanted to tip my hat to Sheriff Gualtieri and his first kind in the nation scaled exercise for the Family Reunification Center. It was really a great program. We went down to just kind of see how it was put together, and so if there is a disaster, and hopefully we'll never use it, but we will at some point, more than likely, that we have this facility, this transportable facility that can go anywhere and set up shop, where you get a chance to reunify people that have gone through the disaster, but also the families that are looking to get reunited as quickly as possible. Just and a whole lot more that goes on there. But I really want to say that to your comments, Commissioner Ledvallow, we got a great leader to take us forward in that regard. Continuing having discussions with community folks representing the animal community. I don't know how it stacks up in terms of having a workshop on that. I know that I'm certainly supportive of it. The more conversation we can have with raising the standard of how we take care of our cats, our dogs, animals that frequent this county, I think is a good thing. But to the extent that and again, I guess they're figuring out that with individual conversations with each of us, but having that discussion, I think, gives us a chance to really talk. If you go straight to a commission meeting for an ordinance change, we do get public input. So, you get that part of it. You don't get as much dialogue between us, and there's still, I think, a lot of work and a lot of discussion there. But in any event, there's certainly having good folks that are coming forward with sound thinking about how to raise the standards in Pinellas County. So, Tampa Bay Water Board meeting. Our general manager continues to meet with all the member governments, like he came here. He's gone to all of them, and that didn't always happen, trust me, in the past. And so he's making really good efforts there. One of the interesting things is that we're getting the opportunity to buy some land over in Hillsborough County for credits that will help us identify and be able to use more water. To the extent now that we're approaching somewhere between 5 and 6 million gallons a day. Our next water supply project that we're looking at for 2033 has identified about 10 to 15 million gallons for that next water supply source. So between that and negotiating with the city of, or county of Hillsborough County on their, some of their reclaimed water credits also, we may be able to cobble together enough credits that we can maybe even look past that 2033 capital expenditure, because every capital expenditure for new water supply is extremely expensive. So this is really good work. I really want to commend the Tampa Bay Water staff for that. John Maroney Foundation event, again, is March 1st. I know a lot of you have signed up to go. I think it's going to be a really good event. I think there are 1 or 2 seats left. I can't remember, but, is that, I'm sorry? Okay, great. I think. Okay. So that'll be either the 9th or the 10th and finish the table off, so that's great. And then looking forward to our strategic planning retreat on February 6th at the Magnolia Room. Opening ceremonies for the BMX track, for expansion and improvements, and also the new facilities, or excuse me, the new competitions will be on February 8th, 11:15 to 12:45. That's when the opening ceremonies are. Also looking forward to the joint BCC state delegation meeting this week, 9:30 at the Marriott Hotel on Roosevelt. Again, Commissioner Latvala and Commissioner Peters, thank you for your comments about Louis Betts. Mac Johnson, he was just always a breath of fresh air, always positive, always smiling, always bringing up, that Christian perspective in a true sense, and I really appreciated him being here. Commissioner Nowicki, thank you for bringing up the Vietnam vets thing down at St. Pete College. I think that's just those folks are the ones that are probably the most mistreated when they came back after theirs. When we have those events down at the airport, when the vets that we've probably gotten into the Vietnam veteran, and they're the ones that are going up to Washington, and they're the ones that are coming back here who get welcomed home after a full day. It's extremely emotional for them, for me, to watch them finally be welcomed home like they should have been decades ago. So whatever we can do to give them the attention and kudos and honor is a good thing. And then the last thing I'll say is that I had a chance with Economic Development to go on one of their ambassador trips to visit Dolphin Ice and Water, a little business with 6 plants or 5 plants, and they're talking about another one. I have great relationship with Pinellas County, ED, Economic Development, and so really good visit. Owners are extremely proud of the work that they've done and continue to look to improve that facility. But I want to thank the Economic Development team. Great visit, and that's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dave. All right, before I get on to my new business report, we have just a little piece of old business to take care of. So I watched the work session. First of all, thank you, Commissioner Eggers, for handling the work session in my absence last week. And there's a question about the Early Learning Coalition. So I got with Jewel on that, and the enacting statute for the ELC does not direct the BCC to make an appointment. It does require the Early Learning Coalition to have an appointee from either the BCC or a municipality, but that appointee does not have to be an elected official. So, so the question I have for us here today is what do we want to do with that appointment? Do we want to, Commissioner Scheer is Governor gubernatorial appointee, which can certainly can stay there. There's no conflict with that at all. Another commissioner can sit on that board. There's no conflict with that. Just have to be careful of what discussion could potentially occur there. Or we could open it up to general public for a citizen appointment. So just want to kind of get your temperature on what you think with that.
Are there gubernatorial appointees that are elected? I didn't know that they could be elected. When you're a citizen, it's different.
I would defer to council on that.
And I'll have to go back and pull the statute. That's not a legal issue that we looked at. We were really looking at, your decision here today.
Yeah.
And just whether, it would be appropriate to appoint somebody else. And if we do appoint, it's perfectly fine for you to continue serving, subject to this issue that we'll take a look at.
Yeah, I don't know why I think that's the case, but I think that's the case, that the governor doesn't appoint elected officials to boards. He appoints lay citizens to boards. So I don't know. If you could check into that, that
Could potentially, right.
Yeah.
Right.
I was,
Isn't Bernie Jock on one of Representative Jock? I believe Representative Jock is on one of the judicial nominating commissions.
Appointed by the governor?
Or judicial qualifying.
Yeah, but was he appointed by the speaker?
I believe it
If he was appointed by the speaker, it might be different.
Yeah, I was appointed by the COO to Florida Healthy Kids, which is a state board, as the county representative there, which is, I'm not trying to equate the two, but
Yeah.
an elected official on a state board.
Well, I'm on a state board too, but FAC appointed me, so that's different,
Maybe
right?
different, all of them may be different.
So I don't know. It might be worth looking into.
Well, what do we want to do with the appointee that we, appointment that we do have? Do we want to
Mr.
them from
Chair,
within, or-
could we hold off? Because if in fact he would not be eligible to be appointed by the governor because he's now an elected official, then we could appoint him
Right, we could.
to serve versus if we were to make that decision today and offer that another avenue, then that's if he desires to continue to serve. Is it, because I don't think it's something we have to appoint today.
No, it's probably.
Yeah, and that way, if he desires to continue to serve, if it should be that he would not be eligible, then that way he could continue to serve and we could just appoint. If you desire, you can appoint him.
There's nothing in the statute that establishes early learning coalitions that would disqualify Commissioner Scherer as an elected official. It does state that the Department of Education would develop criteria. But what your position is linked to is a requirement that there be a private sector business members, which you obviously meet. And when the statute directs the Department of Education to develop criteria, it's for appointing private sector business members. So I don't really believe they would have the authority under that to disqualify elected officials. We can pull that criteria, though, but the statute itself does not disqualify elected officials from the governor's appointment to this board.
By the speaker or by the governor? Oh, okay.
So are we all
answers
okay,
that.
just holding for another month then and see?
Yeah, I would hold.
And stay on there.
Chair, I'd just like to say, if I can stay on as the governor's appointee, I'd be happy to serve on there with Commissioner Nowicki.
All right, well, let's get some clarification on that, and then we'll address it at our next meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think it's a perfect fit for who's ever on licensed board to be on that, because they just go together. They almost should be like one entity, in my opinion, versus two, but it is what it is.
All right, we'll get some greater clarity on that, and we'll bring that back for discussion. So, all right, so since our last meeting, I did not realize about Pastor Mack. That's sad. That's sad.
He's been sick a
I
while.
always enjoyed it. Whenever he was up for public comment, I'm like, all right, good, we're going to get some uplift, something. He's always going to say something positive, so that's sad. I'll certainly miss him. And I do want to thank, before I forget to do this, Deputy Tom Manley and Mike Winnick for keeping us safe tonight, guys. Thank you very much. Let's see. So we had a historic preservation meeting. And we also had our Tri-County meeting last week, so I want to thank staff for making that look easy, because I know it wasn't easy. It took like 6-8 months to finally get that one scheduled. But I thought we had some really, really good conversation, and I think we've got some really great topics for a follow-up meeting. So thanks, everybody, for that. Attended with Commissioner Latvala and Commissioner Flowers, the ML King Leadership Awards Breakfast, which was a very uplifting. I was not expecting that, but it was very, very uplifting and well done, and that was great. So I want to thank you very much.
And the food wasn't bad either.
No, the food
I
wasn't
went
bad
and got
either.
Chris
Food
some
wasn't-
fish.
Right. Commissioner Peters already brought this up, but we visited the dysautonomia project together, which is an autoimmune disease that I don't really know much about yet, still learning about, but it was something I had never even heard of until we visited that together. So, let's see. Commissioner Peters and I attended the Visit St. Pete Clearwater annual meeting with Commissioner Latvala and Nowicki and Commissioner Eggers. So that was a very well-attended event and well done. So hats off to Brian Loack and his team for that. Had lunch with the members of the Pinellas Park Kiwanis Club and spoke on a range of topics, including recovery process, the raise, and upcoming budget. Sunday, I attended the Tampa Bay Vietnamese community Lunar New Year celebration, which is quite a a well-done and well-attended large event. And Commissioner Harry Cohen from Hillsborough County was there as well. Before our meeting today, we had K-9 Commissioner photos with Sarah Lee, the beautiful, playful dog. I think that we all have, if we smell like dog, there's a reason for that. Hopefully Sarah Lee will get adopted. A very, very playful, happy pup.
Are we even getting pictures of Sarah Lee?
We did. It was here. It was at about 1:30 this afternoon. So.
Oh, I thought you were bringing him to the meetings.
Oh, well, we can
And
do.
showing him on television, so, you know.
We can do that.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that. Yeah,
I mean, at least pictures. I
Yeah.
expected to see pictures.
Well, we'll do that next time. Okay, it's a work in process. Okay.
What kind of dog is she?
You know what? That's a good question. It looked like it maybe had a little bit of Rottweiler in her, but it wasn't a big dog. It was like maybe, I don't know, 65 pounds, maybe something like that. I'm going to guess, but very, very playful. Pretty dog. Yeah. So I had last week. I was missed our work session because I was on a 3-day sales mission to Rio de Janeiro with the Visit St. Pete Clearwater team, and so we left. Tuesday, Brian Loeck and I got on a plane Tuesday night at 8:30 p.m., and we landed back in Tampa at 9:30 a.m. on Friday morning. So that tells you how it was 3 nights, and 2 nights were in airplanes. We arrived in Rio in the morning on, let's see, was it Thursday morning? Or no, I don't even know. Hey, we get there in the morning, we went straight from the airport to our first appointment. And Andrea Gable, who works for Visit St. Pete Clearwater, who's in charge of the Latin American market, was there. It was a restaurant, and also Ingrid, who is a contract worker down that manages the ground game for us in Brazil. So it was a luncheon, and there was about 45 tour operators and travel advisors that attended. And the tour operators are the ones that actually create the product, and the travel advisors are the ones that actually sell the product. And just speaking from my own business experience, Brazilians love to come to Florida. They come to Florida in our summertime because it's their winter down there. They love the beach. They love to come to Florida. Historically, they usually go to Miami and Orlando. And Brazilian tour operators have been looking for another option in Florida. Most of them knew little to nothing about Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And I have to give a really a great pat on the back to both Andrea and Ingrid, who just knocked it out of the park with their presentation to these 45 tour operators and travel advisors there. They left full of knowledge and excited to sell the product. And Ingrid has set up follow-up personal one-on-one training sessions with these travel advisors to sell the destination. By the time we got in the car to leave, Ingrid looks on her phone and she says, "Yep, more than half of them have already posted about this meeting on their company Facebook pages." So it was very, very well done. It was very productive. And for Brian and myself to go down there, in that culture, it adds so much credibility to the destination because it's just not a contract person there just trying to sell them something, right? We actually took the time to go down there and visit with them personally and shake their hands and get to meet them and get to know them. And that goes so far in that culture, I can't even begin to tell you. So we left there, we went straight to the hotel, and they said, "Okay, you got 15 minutes to check in and shower and get back down here to get to our next meeting." So we were in a car and went to our next meeting, which was more of an intimate private meeting with about a half a dozen tour operators, one even from Portugal. And that went extremely, extremely well. It was very well received. And then the next day, we had 2 more appointments where we had lunch with one tour operator, and then we went to the office of another one where they had about 16 travel advisors there. We had a chance to meet with all of them. Before we knew it, we're back at the airport, we're on an airplane, and we're flying home. But we met with probably over 60 people while we were there, and they were excited about the destination, happy to have another option to sell for Florida. I guarantee that can produce great results. So it was a very worthwhile visit. And Brazil is the number 4 market right now for Pinellas County. So Canada's number one, UK, Germany, then Brazil. Brazil is the fastest growing market we have, 42% year over year. So this is really going to produce some results, and hats off to Brian and his team for all the great hard work that they do to promote this county. And we're going to have to learn Portuguese. And I will tell you, going to a place like Rio gives you perspective on what we do here and how we do things here. Gave me a real appreciation for transportation planning. So if you can imagine the worst traffic day that you've ever experienced in Pinellas County, that is a calming country drive compared to the best day in Rio, okay? It's that bad. And, you know, you look at our transportation planning process, and you go, oh my God, it's slow, it's cumbersome, you got all this, federal stuff you got to deal with, and we don't necessarily agree on the way forward or necessarily the outcomes. But the point is we have the conversation and we have a process. We're always trying to plan our way out of something, right? Or figure out a better way of doing something. You go to a place like Rio, and you just go, you look at the age of the infrastructure and the quality of the roads, and you go, they built this about 50 years ago and just sort of forgot about it. And I'm saying they don't have a planning process, but they don't certainly put the premium on it like we do. So it certainly gives you perspective on how we do it and what we do here, and it gives you a new appreciation for what we do. So with that, I think that is my report. And unless there's anything else for the good of the order, we are adjourned until 6 p.m. So we'll see you all back here at 6 p.m. everybody. We'll call the public hearing portion of this meeting to order. I do have one public comment from an individual who works in Tampa, was not able to make our 2 o'clock. So I made an exception so she could come and have her 3 minutes of time today. So Irene Davis, if you're here, please step up to the microphone, please. Good evening.
Good evening, commissioners and other officials. My name is Irene Davis, and I live in Dunedin. And I'm here for a call to action for what is becoming known as terror on the Pinellas Trail. My concern stems from, we've been here for 3 years and ride the trail and we walk the trail. And my concern stems from multiple interactions that we've had with groups of teenagers that are on motorbikes, gas-powered motorbikes, e-bikes that have no pedals, regular e-bikes. And what they're doing is they're purposely terrorizing people. So they're getting up and pulling wheelies, they're speeding into crowds and then braking, they're spitting on people, they're hitting people, they're knocking people off the trail. In terms of actions, the last time this happened to us, we went to the police, and unfortunately the police told us that there wasn't a whole lot that they could do. It's very difficult for them to patrol the trail. They have a hard time catching them, and they said that they would like us to try to take pictures, and we've tried to do that. I posted my growing concern on Nextdoor because I wanted to know if other people were having this problem. We have some people here who actually responded. In the course of 24 hours, we had 150 responses of people who have had similar experiences and worse. I submitted some of these postings last time for the last meeting I was unable to speak at. I want to read just one of them. I was slapped on the back of the head by one of these ruffians and fell off my bike. I now have 2 herniated discs to remind me. I've not been on the trail since. A gem of a trail right out the door, and we need to be afraid to use it. This is an outrage. I know the police are busy, but when some kids get seriously hurt or killed, I wonder when the politicians will step in. I next attended the Friends of Pinellas Trail meeting, and that group of individuals is also concerned and also frustrated with lack of support from the police or lack of response by the police. We learned at that meeting that someone actually was hit on the trail back in February of 2024 and actually later died. So there's a real reason for concern here. I'm coming to express concern here, but the next step is to talk to the media. This is not good for our business. It's not good for our tourism. There are people who posted that they no longer come to this area because they come here to bike and they don't feel safe on the trail. Some of the suggestions that were made from the group of people who responded were, number one, can we get some kind of patrol on the trail? We need to. Can we get cameras on the trail? We know that there are cameras down in St. Pete because of an incident that happened there. Can we have separate walkways between the pedestrians and the bikers? Even at 20 miles an hour, when you have little kids on bikes who are just learning and they end up moving and changing direction, it's dangerous. So the last thing I just want to say is that it may be much more expensive if the county gets a lawsuit as opposed to maybe the cost of taking some of these measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Dunedin, correct?
Dunedin.
Dunedin, okay. Thank you. Okay, we do recognize that that is an issue. It's a growing problem. We haven't exactly figured out what to do with it yet, but we do recognize it's a problem, and we're trying to figure out how we can address that. So, thank you for coming. Okay, moving on to item number 28.
Agenda item number 28 is case number LDR 2405, a proposed ordinance amending the Pinellas County Land Development Code, Chapter 138 zoning. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Anybody have any questions?
I just had
okay.
3 or 4 quick ones. I don't know who's going to answer them, but so just real quickly under on page 3 under recording of proceedings, recording all DRC meetings shall be recorded and filed with the county. That's been stricken. So what are we doing in its stead? Are we, obviously, that's not an issue if anybody needs information, so.
Right. Hi, Michael Schoderbach. I'm zoning manager with Building Development Review Services. Last year, we took the Development Review Committee, the way it was written in the code, the way the membership was written previously, put us in as a sunshine body, which was never the intent. So when that was taken out, this was left inadvertently about recording of all meetings, which is not required for a committee meeting. So we still left it optional. The ones where we handle with site plans, we do record those because they're very valuable for the applicant.
I'm not sure I understand why you're wanting that, but you could still record it.
Yes, we still can record the meetings. Right now, we've made it optional. As it's written today, it's a requirement per our code. We're taking that out to allow it to be an optional.
Not sure I like that. Anyway, and then on page 4, we're changing change of use to development that is more intensive than the previous use, and that's requiring a site plan review. So that's, we're saying any use that comes forward that was more intense is going to require a site plan,
Yes,
regardless of the size of the project.
Right, and that's why we have in there, as determined by the county administrator or designee, if it's a change of use and we determine that, no increase in parking, no increase in access, they're just doing interior, that may not rise to a full site plan. But there's some change of uses that could be more intense. It was a shop and now it's a restaurant with outdoor seating that will need to rise to that occasion.
Okay, thank you. That's okay. And then on between pages 6 and 8, there's a references to the building heights going down from 75 to 60, from so we're allowing less tall buildings close in any kind of district? Is that what we're?
Yeah, in those districts that we've identified, which are commercial and industrial districts, and then there's one in the form-based.
Commissioners, we have, with Live Local, then your highest district can be there by right. It can be very inappropriate in areas, and so this takes it away as a by right, and they would have to come back and request a change. We've never had the type of height and intensity that they have in those districts.
So we're bringing it back down to 60, or?
Correct.
We've discussed with economic development, and then also we've discussed with other business owners, and they've let us know that what heights are usually requested for buildings, and we've not come close to these maximum heights.
Okay. And then finally, on page 10, they talk about examples of permissible outdoor storage items, and we got rid of number 1. So properly registered personal vehicles kept in working order, such as golf carts, all of that. These are in working order. They cannot be stored? Is that what I'm?
As it's written today, you technically could not park your registered car in your driveway as the way it's shown. So we're taking that out. It was never intended to be working vehicles. It's unworking vehicles.
I got you. I had it the other way. So
Oh, junk cars.
That makes me feel better.
Yep.
I'd still like to go back to the first one and maybe just consider that not being an option. So I'd like to record all the meetings so that they're accessible to our residents. So we'd leave B in there and then have C, and then have the old B be a C. So you just have A, B, C. That's on page 3. So that's all I had for consideration by the commission for a change.
Okay. Did you want to make that into a motion?
Just that one, yeah. Make a motion for approval, subject to that one change only.
Okay, we'll have a second from Commissioner Flowers. Or first from Commissioner Egger, second from Commissioner Flowers. Is there any other comments, discussion from the board? Commissioner Wiki?
Thank you, Chair. I guess my question was, I guess on page 13, the Wheelman form-based code. type 1B permitted by warrant, where it was able to go through the Development Review Committee, but then now it's just going to be the county administrator or his or her designee. I don't.
That follows in line with the changes we made last year, which took the Development Review Committee as no longer an approving sunshine body. They are just a reviewing body.
It was really designed to streamline the process. People are coming through and it has to go through a more formal process for simple changes.
Yeah, the DRC would need to be noticed, on there. There's still DRCs are public meetings, but this is the help was part of our streamlined process, and it's in line with the rest of the code.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, we can open up the voting, please. Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item number 29.
Agenda item number 29 is case number ZON 2406. This is a request by D&D Strategic Holdings LLC for a zoning change from GO General Office to C2 General Commercial and Services on approximately .25 acre located at 2300 State Road 580 in unincorporated Dunedin. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. All those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you're attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay. I do have one public comment card, Daniel Bergen. Okay, Daniel, did you want to say anything or just here for questions?
No, I'm going to speak on behalf of the applicant, so
Okay.
I'll reserve my time following my presentation.
Okay.
No need unless there's questions of the commission.
Move approval.
Okay.
Does that make this more complicated?
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Flowers. Is there any further discussion? All right, if the clerk can open the voting.
Enjoy your early evening.
Thank you.
You'll leave while the leaving is good.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. All right, item number 30.
Agenda item number 30 is the proposed ordinance and resolution authorizing the Board of County Commissioners to request that the Pinellas County Tax Collector use a uniform method for collecting non-ad valorem assessments for servicing of a downtown Palm Harbor street lighting district. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, I do have some public comment on here. I've got two, and then one says waive speaking. So, Carrie McCord. Good evening.
Good evening. Remind me how this works again? Kerry McCord, 3642 Fairway Forest Circle, Palm Harbor, Florida, here to represent the Greater Palm Harbor Chamber of Commerce and its 430-plus members and business owners in the Greater Palm Harbor area that are in support of this endeavor. We hope that with your help tonight, we can move forward and get this district lit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ben Nichols. Good evening.
I'm Ben Nichols. I am the president of the Palm Harbor Merchants Association. All the merchants in downtown are, most of the majority are in favor for this lighting district. We're in dire need for new lights, new infrastructure. Welcome people to downtown.
All right. Thank you. And then Matthew Menenga. Okay, he said he was waiving speaking, so I'm assuming he's not here. Matthew? Okay, come on. He's waived. Okay. All right. So, will the board on this one?
Yeah, I just got only one And I just, the only concern I had, the business community has stepped up and agreed to help out two of our 501c3s there to transition. And I just can't thank that group and the folks behind them that stepped up to help out. So I would recommend approval.
Okay. Motion from Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Flowers. Is there any other comments or discussion? Commissioner Nowicki.
Just, I was talking with a member of the audience, former fire commissioner Debbie Bushman, and I guess she was just making sure that no residents were having to pay this, assessment or tax or anything. And so it's just businesses that agreed to it that are paying for it. No residents are paying.
Yes. They're business residents, but.
But residential, like. Correct.
Tom, Nancy? No?
Yeah.
Just only businesses?
Only businesses, perfect. That's all, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm all for it.
Well, on that note, let's open up the voting, please. There we go. All right, passes unanimously. All right, item number 31.
Agenda item number 31 is the proposed ordinance updating the Pinellas County Code regarding water and navigation regulations by amending sections 58-501 to 58-550. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Okay. Motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Flowers. Is there any further discussion? We could open up the voting, please. Passes unanimously. Okay, the last item of the evening, item number 32.
Agenda item number 32 is a proposed countywide ordinance for dune protection, creating Chapter 58 Environment, Article 18 Coastal Protection, Division 1 Dunes. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thoughts, questions? Okay, motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any questions, thoughts? I actually do have a question or two on this one. So who would actually be responsible for enforcing this? Good evening, Kelly.
Good evening. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very good. Kelly Hammer-Levy, Public Works Public Works Department. We would be working with the cities and their law enforcement and their code enforcement. Really, all of the, hard enforcement on the dunes is at the state level, the DEP. But this also gives residents an opportunity who, part of their concern that they've raised about not providing an easement is not being able to protect their dunes. And so they could now place a sign with a county ordinance on it that says no trespassing through the dune, which causes damage.
That makes sense. So this covers the entire county. Do the municipalities need to opt in or opt out? We can just...
We don't have countywide charter authority on this ordinance, so they would opt in, but we've got a lot of support, and I know the city of St. Pete Beach this has been one of their priorities.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other thoughts, questions? Okay, open up the voting, please. Okay, passes unanimously. All right, well, if there's nothing else for the good of the order.
Wait.
Yes, ma'am.
So the speaker on the trail,
Yes.
it's a serious issue. And it usually escalates until something really bad happens, and then, then it gets better. And she was right making that point. And there used to be a time when the trail was first created that teenagers were robbing other people, and then it got reined in. That was in St. Petersburg. But I don't know, cameras, something, that might be a
Well,
deterrent?
so
Signs that there's
There's a whole
cameras?
group that's been discussing, especially the section in Dunedin, okay? And again, you know, if Dunedin wants to amend their contract with the sheriff to include, you know, more resources, I mean, that's an option that they have. You know, and it's up to the municipal police department in St. Pete for their portion of the trail, and then unincorporated us. But it's hard where you don't have a tremendous amount of consolidated activities. To take a police officer off the street and put them out to see how fast, you know, kids are going or what they're going. It's really hard to catch like that. So they've included the sheriff's office in those discussions. So those are ongoing. They're going to have a targeted enforcement program coming up here. I don't think that's been announced yet. I guess it is now. So they're working on things like that. So they're well aware of the issue. They just got to figure out what the right way to do it.
All right.
We'll take the comments from today and we'll share them back with the sheriff. We'll share them back with that group that's working on it. And I'll tell you what, we'll bring back a report into what they've proposed to do.
Okay. And, you know, I hate to be just blind to it because the city of Dunedin's not contracting with the sheriff to do something, but I get it, it's their jurisdiction, but, I mean, there's eventually there will be a bad action, not just somebody who hurts their back, but, you know, they're not wearing a helmet. You're talking, even if they're wearing a bike helmet on those electric bikes, a bike helmet cannot handle the impact when you're going 30 miles an hour, 35 miles an hour. And it's going to be very bad when it happens.
Well, two things. One is that Dunedin's area is exclusive area of management, so it's a pretty small area. That's probably the least area that they're having problems. I'm not saying they're not having any problems there, but you don't have to get too far outside that area where you are having some issues. And yeah.
Well, and I think that, well, I'm not going to like do staff work like up here, but each jurisdiction, St. Petersburg would control their areas, and Pinellas Park, the portion of the trail that's in Pinellas Park. So that, you know, because it's a Pinellas Trail doesn't necessarily mean the sheriff's going to do a, you know, loop all around, you know, the entire trail. Yeah. So part of that is whose jurisdiction it is. I mean, it's a fair question, whose responsibility, but more importantly, what can they do about it? You know, and so I kind of defer to that group that's talking about that. But I can add this discussion, you know, to that. But go ahead, Jill. Huh? Oh, Forward Pinellas is leading that?
Yeah.
Okay. So they're involved. I'll ask them after they have these discussions to come back to you and kind of brief you at a work session on what they think we can do.
And I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to once again pull for the old rules that were on the trail where the bike stayed to one side and the walkers and the, you know, wheelchairs and the, you know, anybody else who stays to the other side, so that the slower walkers are on one side and then the bikes are on the other. Just separating that so that when you start to see a bike get in the wrong area, it kind of jumps out at you a little bit. I'm not saying that they don't do it. I've been on a golf cart in Main Street, and they just come, and I'm in a different lane, and they just come right over. They're looking right at you, and they wheelie, you know, and I didn't know that was so common, but, you know, so I think it's something that we really, to your point, Commissioner Peters, I think we have to take it seriously and keep adding pressure to the cooker.
So Jill, as part of that, she hears that, and she'll carry those comments back.
Yeah, great comments, and as a regular user of the trail, I can tell you that this is all up and down the trail. I mean, it happens a lot in that Dunedin area is kind of a hotspot for it, but I've had it in St. Pete, I've had experience in Seminole, I've experienced in Tarpon Springs, and, you know, lines on the trail don't mean anything. I mean, they'll just fly up and down at 30-plus miles an hour, and it's not a good situation. Now, I've also learned that there's a quarterly meeting of the Pinellas Trail Security Task Force, and the 2025 chairperson is Anthony Boone from the Tarpon Springs Police Department. These quarterly meetings are attended by the Friends of Pinellas Trail, Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, municipal police departments, county risk management, and park rangers. So when my schedule allows, I'm going to plan to attend those meetings as well, just to just to continue to elevate this situation, because it's only going to get better with enforcement. And that's what it has to happen, because sooner or later, something really bad is going to happen.
Yeah, one of the kids who's making the problem can actually get hurt pretty badly too.
Yes.
So, I mean, in addition to who they're trying to hurt, they're also
Right.
could.
Right.
And their parents at home wouldn't be very happy if something happened to their little kids. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Anybody else have anything else for the good of the order? No? All right. Well, thank you, everybody. We'll see everybody on Friday for our delegation meeting, and in the meantime, we are adjourned.